Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 28:16. Now that all the heavenly venerates and saint emperors had rushed into the starry sky, the impact of the battle on the mortals on the Builder Tree was already relatively low. From the Builder Tree, one could see the battle scene. Many powerhouses could even see the soaring phoenixes and the huge trees. The battle between the two would determine the fate of all living beings on the Builder Tree. However, under the rules of the Eye of Wishes, more people were concerned about Long Chen's battle. They were eager for Long Chen to win, even if he was a human. Without a doubt, the outcome of Long Chen's battle was directly related to the outcome of the two races. It was the most crucial battle. The 5 heavenly venerates originally wanted to kill Long Chen quickly and avenge Green Lightning Saint Venerate. However, after this battle, they discovered that Long Chen had already reached their level. Of course, they believed that Long Chen had long reached this level and had been hiding his strength. While the other 4 heavenly venerates were fighting against the 5 saint emperors, they were constantly paying attention to Long Chen's battle. When they saw Long Chen suppress South Pole heavenly venerate Firewood, let alone the heavenly venerates, even all the deities below were deeply shocked. Just how strong and dangerous was this outsider? Soul of the Undying Fire. After resisting the power of heavenly punishment, South Pole heavenly venerate Firewood was still in a state of rage. He was even more anxious to defeat Long Chen, so his attacks were even more violent. Every nomological law seemed to be his limit, and he was much more terrifying than Blue Flame Saint Venerate. Now, all the flame branches and leaves were entangled, and the flames burned like never before. Every branch and leaf contained raging flames that would never be extinguished. The flames had a strong life force and were actually able to grow even under the suppression of the Heavenly Eye of Destiny, resisting Long Chen's Heavenly Eye of Destiny. Then, the power of the soul of the undying fire erupted, and the flames that filled the sky exploded into countless flaming raindrops. Each drop of the raindrops transformed into a seed that surrounded Long Chen from countless directions. From the outside, these flame seeds seemed to have formed a flaming planet, trapping Long Chen in the core. Flame, with the support of life, can never die. The soul of the undying flame was gradually expanding and transforming. Long Chen was under the law of the soul of the undying flame, enduring the refinement of the layers of flames. There would be a moment when he would completely lose his strength and be refined into ashes. Those flame seeds would then take root in his body, turning him into one of the flames. Empyrean Antarctic Fire would focus all his attention on Long Chen, so he naturally didn't care about Mo Xiaolang. In his eyes, Mo Xiaolang was only a primordial realm godly monarch. However, just as he was about to use the soul of the undying fire to refine Long Chen, the sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly charged into the soul of the undying fire. This is courting death. Empyrean South Pole Firewood was about to laugh out loud. However, Xiao Chen soon stopped smiling. He discovered that the life force of the undying flame was rapidly decreasing, being devoured. What? Only then did Empyrean South Pole Firewood see that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was swimming in the sea of flames, devouring as much as it could. At that speed, it probably wouldn't take long for his law to be completely devoured. What kind of fey beast is this? How can it devour flames? Empyrean South Pole Firewood hurriedly retracted the soul of the undying fire. However, at that moment, Mo Xiaolang, who had devoured a large amount of the soul of the undying fire, suddenly spat. Immediately, thousands of flames surged towards Empyrean South Pole Firewood. In the starry sky, it was as though a flaming galaxy had appeared. It was a spectacular sight. Long Chen was hidden in this flaming galaxy. Just as Empyrean South Pole Firewood was blocking the nomological powers, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, shattering time and slashing at the great infernal fire holy tree. Ah! This was Empyrean South Pole Firewood's scream once again. Everyone and the gods were paying attention, so they naturally knew that he had been restrained by Long Chen. Long Chen had used this strike to shatter time, causing Empyrean South Pole Firewood's power to dissipate. He was already suppressed by the Destiny Heavenly Eye, so he could only use a tiny bit of his strength. Heavenly Punishment. It was the Heavenly Punishment sword again. Empyrean South Pole Firewood was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He couldn't care about anything else and fled. In a very sorry state, he once again resolved Long Chen's heavenly punishment. However, the power of these two swords had already made Empyrean South Pole Firewood feel extremely humiliated. He had come to kill Long Chen, but now he was completely suppressed by Long Chen. He had no place to hide his old face now. Seeing that Long Chen was about to kill him again, Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood roared and prepared to go all out. Third brother. Thousand-eyed Fire Tree. Suddenly, the loud roar of Empyrean Desolate Wood came from the center. All right. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to go all out. Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood had once told Long Chen about this thousand-eyed fire tree. In fact, its value was no less than the divine essence crystal of the builder wood. They were both order level. As for giving it to Long Chen, it was of course a lie. It was just to test Long Chen. This was Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood's treasure. In his heart, its value was similar to that of the great infernal fire holy tree. The thousand-eyed fire tree was born on the builder wood holy tree. 1,000,000 years ago, the two clans had fought over this thousand-eyed fire tree. In the end, Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood obtained it. In fact, the Vermilion Bird Emperor had also wanted it back then. The thousand-eyed fire tree could only be used once. When he was completely suppressed by Long Chen and was about to lose his life, Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood couldn't care less about shame or heartache. Suddenly, a tree appeared in front of the great infernal fire holy tree. It was a small fiery red tree that burned with blood-red flames. Most importantly, there were thousands of blood-red eyes on the trunk of this small tree. Each eye was real, and each eye had its own gaze. It was as though there were thousands of people hidden within them. A majestic flame power that wasn't inferior to the great infernal fire holy tree swept over. When he saw this thousand-eyed fire tree, even Mo Xiaolang was astonished. This was indeed a order-level primordial chaos immortal essence. A mere small tree actually had such divine flames. Your time of death has come. This was something controlled by Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood. He could easily fuse this thing again, and fuse the thousand-eyed fire tree into the great infernal fire holy tree. When the thousand-eyed fire tree disappeared, 1,000 cracks suddenly appeared on the great infernal fire holy tree, which then split open again. A total of thousands of blood-red eyes appeared, and the power of each eye hid incomparably majestic flames. Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood's aura and divine might suddenly increased. He actually broke through the suppression of the Destiny Heavenly Eye and surpassed Long Chen's limits. The entire great infernal fire holy tree doubled in size, and was much larger than Empyrean Desolate Wood's holy tree. This meant that his tyrannical strength had completely surpassed all the other heavenly venerables and saint emperors. Your luck is really good. You randomly picked a heavenly venerable like me, who has the thousand-eyed fire tree. Yang Chen, the day of your death has come. At that moment, the thousand-eyed great infernal fire holy tree's thousands of eyes stared coldly at Long Chen. The huge pupils were filled with an endless world of flames. At this moment, Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood almost had the strength to fight against a god emperor. Being able to fight against such an opponent was undoubtedly something to be proud of. This also proved that Long Chen had grown. The huge thousand-eyed great infernal fire holy tree swept over, covering the sky. Long Chen was just an insignificant in front of it. A monstrous pressure descended. Even with the wishes of billions of living beings providing him with endless power, he was still suppressed by the current Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood. Big brother, what should we do? Mo Xiaolang felt the arrival of danger. You stay at the side and look for an opportunity. To be honest, the thousand-eyed fire tree had exceeded Long Chen's expectations, so he wasn't absolutely confident at this moment. Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood has merged with the thousand-eyed fire tree. He's going to kill Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen won't be able to escape. Although this alien god king has turned the Zhenmu holy tree upside down and reduced the 10 saint venerables to 7, greatly reducing the strength of our Zhenmu holy clan, at least the heavenly venerables can suppress him. Otherwise we would be in trouble. So many years of development would be ruined. Seeing the birth of the thousand-eyed great infernal fire holy tree, the human gods relaxed. Sure enough, under the rage of the Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood, of course, exhausted all his strength to kill Long Chen. He had a deep understanding of how terrifying Long Chen was. Holy Tree Furnace. Under the rules, the thousands of eyes erupted with incomparably intense flames, piercing through heaven and earth, penetrating the endless space. These thousands of eyes formed a terrifying sealed world in front of the Empyrean South Pole Fire Wood, suppressing Long Chen in this world almost without any suspense. When Long Chen looked around, he discovered that he was surrounded by a dark void. However, There were over 1,000 gigantic eyes surrounding him, staring at him. Every single eye was surging with flames, containing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It's over, Yang Chen. This is a furnace that was specially created to burn you. For a moment, boiling lava flowed out of all the eyes and flowed into this sealed world. The speed of the lava was terrifying. It wouldn't take long before Long Chen was completely incinerated. Outside, the Empyrean South Pole fire would laugh loudly. Burn. Burn. In my holy tree furnace, even a god king will be refined clean and become nutrients for my great infernal fire holy tree. It was just that the Empyrean South Pole fire would still felt a little heartache for wasting the thousand-eyed fire tree. But no matter what, Long Chen had been dealt with. He cast his gaze on Mo Xiaolang and suddenly smiled. Yang Chen is waiting to be turned into ashes. Now it's your turn. A demonic beast that can devour flames is really amazing. I want to tear you apart and see what's in your body. As he said that, the endless branches and leaves of the thousand-eyed great infernal fire holy tree started spreading towards Mo Xiaolang. Do you really think that this holy tree furnace can burn him to death? Mo Xiaolang said disdainfully, not the least bit afraid. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for the next monthly vote. Chapter 28:17. Relying on the thousand-eyed fire tree to unleash the holy tree furnace was the strongest law Heavenly Venerate South Pole Fire would have ever unleashed in his life. He was confident. The thousand-eyed fire tree, the holy tree furnace, is a perfect fusion of the laws of fire and the tree of life. Within the holy tree furnace, there is endless divine fire and endless life. Everything in the holy tree furnace can only be refined. Unless he is as strong as the god realm of absolute beginning or a peerless divine emperor, it is impossible for him to escape. Heavenly Venerate South Pole Firewood's maniacal laughter had already spread throughout the world, and all living beings on the holy tree could hear it clearly. That alien divine king is about to be defeated. What was funny was that although Long Chen came from another world, everyone wanted nothing more than for Heavenly Venerate South Pole Firewood to be defeated because of his heart's eye of wishes. Therefore, when they heard this news, many people felt melancholy and sorrow. At the same time, they couldn't help but provide more wish power for Long Chen, praying that Long Chen could break the holy tree furnace. Saint Emperors, are you still not prepared to stop? If you don't stop now, there won't be another chance in the future. We have already lost the green lightning and are raging in our hearts. Don't blame us for fighting you to the death. When the holy tree is in chaos, billions of people will die. It will all be your fault. At this point, they still think that Yang Chen can suppress us 5 heavenly venerates to the point where we can't even lift our heads. You are underestimating us too much. The other 4 heavenly venerates were relieved to see that Long Chen's fate was unknown. They understood heavenly venerate South Pole Firewood the best, so they naturally knew how powerful the holy tree furnace unleashed by the thousand-eyed fire tree was. Heavenly Venerate South Pole Fire would use the endless branches of the thousand-eyed hellfire holy tree to seal off all of Mo Xiaolang's escape routes. He shouted coldly, "It's your turn." Dang. As for Mo Xiaolang himself, he was naturally no match for Mo Xiaolang. The gap between them was indeed quite big. However, he wasn't flustered. He said indifferently, "In terms of flames, you are inferior to me. In terms of life, you are inferior to my elder brother. What ability do you have to defeat us?" It was the tree law that provided the holy tree furnace with a steady stream of life energy. And life couldn't be simpler for Long Chen. What? South Pole Heavenly Venerate Fire would looked at the holy tree furnace in shock. He could already feel it. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the holy tree furnace was rapidly collapsing. Among the fiery red flames, a green flame suddenly rushed out. Mo Xiaolang took this opportunity to charge towards the holy tree furnace. He charged into the sea of flames, and at the same time, a huge figure charged out of the flames. It was the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon. When he saw the appearance of the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon, South Pole Heavenly Venerable Firewood suffered an unprecedented blow. The shock in his heart was even more intense than Green Lightning Saint Venerable. The mystical life form that broke out of the holy tree furnace could only be Long Chen. Not only did Long Chen not die, but he had also transformed into such a huge beast in front of him. Holy Spirit of Building Wood. South Pole Empyrean Firewood roared in disbelief. Soon after, he understood that this wasn't the Builder Tree Saint Spirit, because this wasn't a soul, but a physical body. The Tai Chi spirit dragon was the life dragon head in the center, and there were 14 other dragon heads in total, which represented the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, lightning, and so on. It was as if the thunder dragon head was formed from lightning. It was as if the flaming dragon head was formed from raging flames. The appearance of the Tai Chi life-form dragon and the destruction of the holy tree furnace shocked South Pole Empyrean Fire Wood, the 5 Empyreans, all the gods, and all the living beings in the world. The 5 Saint Emperors had already seen Long Chen's body, so they weren't that shocked. At this moment, Long Chen displayed the true might of a divine dragon. "What are you?" South Pole Empyrean Fire Wood roared loudly. The 1,000-eye hellfire holy tree went berserk. "The holy spirit of building wood is mine." Only South Pole Empyrean Fire Wood could hear Long Chen's voice. "Source of life." After coming out of the holy tree furnace, Long Chen instantly used his source of life. He had used his source of life to destroy the holy tree furnace just now. Although it was a close call, South Pole Empyrean Fire Wood could only blame his bad luck. This was because Long Chen was better at the Tao of life than him. "I'll let you see what true life is." The laws swept the 1,000-eye hellfire holy tree into a green tunnel. Long Chen firmly suppressed it. "What is that?" Outside, the remaining 4 celestial venerables were stunned. They saw Long Chen appear with their own eyes. They saw him use the laws to sweep the 1,000-eyed hellfire holy tree into a green tunnel. They could feel how terrifying the laws were. They could plunder life. "It's the same thing as the holy spirit of building wood," Empyrean Desolate said in shock. "Now you know why he came to the holy tree. The holy spirit of building wood has nothing to do with the holy tree. It's just a name you guys gave it. It's the soul of ancestor Yang Chen. He traveled the world to find his ancestor's soul. Our phoenix race is willing to help him." The Vermilion Bird Emperor revealed the truth. "I see." However, the 5 Saint Emperors of the Phoenix race actually gave up the holy spirit of building wood that they fought for countless years to an outsider. The Empyreans mocked. The Swan Emperor said loudly, "The holy spirit of building wood is the beginning of the war between our 2 races. Without the holy spirit of building wood, we will be more at ease. Your human race can also be more obedient." "Why not?" "Although we have the holy spirit of building wood, we haven't used its true value. It originally belonged to them. We are just returning it to its rightful owner. Look at Yang Chen. Is there any difference between him and the holy spirit of building wood?" The Empyreans were unwilling. Of course, they wouldn't hand over the holy spirit of building wood for nothing, especially when Green Lightning Saint Venerable was killed. Millions of years of hard work had been destroyed. It was just that they didn't expect that the Phoenix race would give up the holy spirit of building wood with conditions. "Save me." At this moment, South Pole Heavenly Venerable Hua Mu let out a tragic cry for help. After he was swept into the green tunnel, he didn't come out again. When they heard this voice, the expressions of the Empyreans who were waiting for South Pole Heavenly Venerable Hua Mu to come out changed drastically. The human gods were also stunned. The common people were even more stunned. This dignified Heavenly Venerable was actually so miserable in front of Long Chen. The swirling green tunnel was like a green river of stars that stretched across the sky. Thanks to the boundless life force, the builder tree was nourished. "Third brother." The Empyreans went crazy and wanted to rush up. Of course, the 5 Saint Emperors were not to be trifled with. They knew that this was the most critical moment for Long Chen. If they didn't stop the opponent at this time, Long Chen would inevitably fail. They had a total of 5 Saint Emperors. 4 Saint Emperors was enough. Stop them. At this time, the 5 Saint Emperors formed a pentagonal formation, forming a 5-layered phoenix formation, completely suppressing the 4 Empyreans. They didn't hesitate to use a lot of power to make the Empyreans unable to move. Although they couldn't hurt the 4 Empyreans at once, they could at least stop them. "Let go." "Damn it." "Third brother." "Yang Chen. Stop." The Empyreans roared. Their voices caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Countless people covered their ears as they watched this scene in shock. The other human divine kings wanted to rush up, but they were also stopped by the divine kings of the Phoenix race. Xueqi was also stunned as she watched this battle that would change the history of the holy spirit of building wood. In the green tunnel, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable Firewood was like a withered tree. At this time, the Tai Chi life-form dragon coiled around his body, entangling the 1,000-eyed hellfire holy tree completely, making it unable to move. The head of the Dragon of Life was aimed at the position of the opponent's law core, which was its core. Infinite life force was being devoured by Long Chen's source of life. The majestic holy tree gradually withered under Long Chen's deprivation, becoming a withered tree. You can't kill me, Yang Chen. Don't waste your energy. Our god of building wood is immortal. The South Pole heavenly venerable firewood was still struggling. Perhaps at this moment, he didn't dare to believe that he had really lost to Long Chen. But isn't the green lightning holy venerable dead? Long Chen smiled faintly. The other party was just being stubborn before dying. Now that Long Chen had devoured more than 80% of the other party's life force, even if he let him go, he would no longer have the power of a heavenly venerable. From now on, he would only be a cripple. If I let you go, will you give me the Holy Spirit of building wood? Long Chen asked. Bullshit. What right do you have to let me go? Have I lost? You want to snatch the Holy Spirit of building wood by yourself? Dream on. The South Pole heavenly venerable firewood was berserk and crazy. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Your life can be exchanged for 1,000,000 years of peace for the Holy Spirit of building wood. Long Chen suddenly withdrew the source of life. The divine dragon with 15 dragon heads soared into the sky. Below him was a withered tree that was struggling in its death throes. Third brother. Seeing the South Pole heavenly venerable firewood and the other 4 heavenly venerates still sealed by the sacred sovereign, all of them gritted their teeth. At this time, when Long Chen transformed into his human form and appeared in front of the 4 heavenly venerates, a black wolf demon descended rapidly from the starry sky above the South Pole heavenly venerable firewood. It spat out countless flames that formed a massive lotus flower that surrounded the 1,000-eyed hellfire holy tree. How beautiful! Everyone exclaimed as they looked at the lotus flower. It was just that the South Pole heavenly venerable firewood was still struggling and howling within the lotus flower. By the time Mo Xiaolang devoured the lotus flower, the mark of this heavenly venerable had already vanished from this world. Long Chen waved his hand and let Mo Xiaolang go back and refine it. The 4 heavenly venerates stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen. The South Pole heavenly venerable firewood had, of course, fallen. Long Chen said in a clear voice, "Let me tell everyone that one of the 5 heavenly venerates of the human race, the South Pole heavenly venerable firewood, has fallen from today onwards. From now on, the holy tree no longer has a heavenly venerable. Do you understand?" The heart's eye of hope had already been removed. This news spread throughout the entire world. This news caused everyone to fall silent. Long Chen glanced at the 4 heavenly venerates before rushing towards the Holy Sky Palace. Chapter 28:18. The Builder Tree Divine Palace was the central heavenly venerate Desolate Wood's good fortune divine artifact, but in order to suppress the origin dragon's soul, he generally didn't use it in battle. The remaining 4 heavenly venerates could certainly see that Long Chen was determined to obtain the origin dragon's soul, especially after he defeated South Pole heavenly venerate firewood and caused him to fall. For the remaining 4 heavenly venerates, the fall of South Pole heavenly venerate firewood was an extremely heavy blow to them. Compared to the fall of green lightning holy venerate, it made them truly afraid. They were afraid that if this continued, more of them would die. If another heavenly venerate fell, the Builder Tree race would be completely finished. Of course, all the gods understood this, so the more time passed, the more they felt the horror of the fall of South Pole heavenly venerate firewood. When the 4 heavenly venerates suddenly stopped, the gods of the Builder Tree race also stopped. Their eyes were filled with despair. Long Chen had destroyed the situation of the Builder Tree sacred tree. From now on, there would no longer be a Builder Tree sacred tree battle. At this moment, Long Chen had already descended on the Builder Tree Divine Palace. There were still many gods in the Builder Tree Divine Palace, but they stayed inside, trembling in fear and trepidation as they looked at Long Chen in the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Long Chen looked back at heavenly venerate Desolate Wood in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Be sensible and give up. The outcome has been decided." Being able to obtain the Builder Tree's sacred soul without fighting was naturally quite good. This depended on whether the remaining 4 celestial venerables were people who could adapt to circumstances. With their status, everything that was happening now would have been simply inconceivable to them a day ago. But reality was reality, and they had to abide by it. If they couldn't see this reality clearly, it would only cause the World Tree human race to be even more doomed. Rise. Heavenly Venerate Desolate would took the initiative to admit defeat. He took the initiative to activate the Builder Tree Divine Palace, causing it to leave the ground. At this time, Long Chen had already asked Yang Lingqing to come out and stand in front of him. "Brother, I'm a little nervous." Yang Lingqing's voice trembled as she waited for this moment. "Don't worry, it won't hurt you." Long Chen patted her shoulder and smiled. "Yes." Just as Yang Lingqing nodded, the Sky Tree Divine Celestial Palace rushed towards Empyrean Desolate in the center, and a deep crater appeared where it originally was. Now, all the deities couldn't help but look at the crater. The crater was filled with dense clouds and mist, making it hard to see clearly. But at this moment, an incomparably excited dragon roar suddenly rang out. A dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, all the dragon martial artists became excited. The first true supreme divine dragon, Ma Shan, was about to be born. Under their shocked gazes, a multicolored divine dragon soul rushed out of the pit. This dragon soul was enormous, dozens of times larger than Long Chen's current dragon form. It soared into the sky. This was one of the primal chaos spirit dragon's companion dragons, the origin dragon soul of the spirit dragon. It appeared. When it appeared, even Yang Lingqing's body was filled with a multicolored radiance that attracted the origin dragon soul. The supreme divine dragon was an existence that was very close to the ancestor realm. Every ancestor dragon had a companion dragon. During the divine dragon era of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, the ancestor dragons usually didn't appear. The ones who truly maintained order were these powerful supreme divine dragons. Even during the divine dragon era, the number of supreme divine dragons didn't exceed 100. The spirit dragon appeared. At the moment that everyone was waiting for, it really rushed towards Yang Lingqing. However, when it arrived in front of Long Chen, it lowered its proud head and humbly circled in front of Long Chen before returning to Yang Lingqing's side. Under Yang Lingqing's expectant gaze, the origin dragon soul of the supreme divine dragon started to weaken. Finally, it revolved around Yang Lingqing's body, and the multicolored radiance on their bodies fused together. Then, the origin dragon soul gradually fused into her body and fused with her body and soul. Lingqing only inherited the spirit dragon's blood essence not too long ago. I thought that the spirit dragon would only be able to accept her after some time. I didn't expect that she would start fusing as soon as she made her move. At this moment, Yang Lingqing was undergoing a huge metamorphosis, transforming from a human into a supreme divine dragon. The radiance on her body was constantly changing. "Brother, I reckon that it will still take some time. Let me return to the God Nation," Yang Lingqing said softly to Long Chen. "All right." In the God Nation, she could transform with peace of mind. Meanwhile, Long Chen still had some matters to attend to. When he let Yang Lingqing return to the God Nation, he realized that all the gods were looking at Long Chen with reverence. That's right, this time, Long Chen had indeed conquered the Builder Tree. An entire world. The 5 Saint Emperors and the 4 Heavenly Venerables stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in front of the 9 of them. He looked at the 4 Heavenly Venerables and said, "I took what I wanted. These are the terms of the deal between me and the 5 Saint Emperors. I helped them kill a Heavenly Venerate, and at the same time, they promised me that they would not invade the human race's territory or harm the mortals of the human race. From today onwards, the Builder Tree will enjoy countless years of peace. I hope that everyone will put the lives of mortals above all else." Even though there were only 4 Heavenly Venerables left, the human race still had very strong combat power. If a real war were to break out, both sides would suffer. However, the Phoenix race did not have a strong desire to invade like the human race. Hence, if they were slightly stronger, they could completely suppress the human race. In the center, Heavenly Venerate Desolate said, "Today, you are the biggest winner. Stop making sarcastic remarks. You made us lose our loved ones. Disciple, one day, no matter where you go, we will find a chance to take revenge on you. Now that you have obtained what you wanted, hurry up and scram." Of course, the hatred in their hearts for Long Chen would not disappear. "I naturally don't want to stay here." Long Chen looked at the 5 Heavenly Emperors and said, "The 5 of you, I will take my leave first. I hope that the 5 of you will remember your promise. Don't bully the weak and bring chaos to this place." "Don't worry." The 5 Heavenly Emperors had obtained a great victory today. There was no need to mention how good their moods were. Although they had lost the Builder Tree Saint's soul, The two races no longer had anything to fight over. This was a great thing. Long Chen looked in the direction of the Phoenix race. There, Xueqi made a face at him before disappearing. That little rascal was very mischievous. She would definitely follow him. And from the looks of it, she could only escape secretly. Goodbye. Long Chen did not stay any longer. He had obtained the Origin Dragon Soul and completed his goal. He bade farewell to the Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Venerables and directly embarked on a new journey. His slaughter dragon boat appeared outside the builder tree and headed outside. Outside was a boundless starry sky. The builder tree was getting smaller and smaller behind him. Xueqi, why are you still not coming out? Long Chen berated her from the slaughter dragon boat. Xueqi appeared in a dignified manner. She looked at Long Chen and chuckled. You promised to bring me away. Don't go back on your word. Then did you tell the Heavenly Emperors clearly? Long Chen asked. Of course not. It would be strange if they let me come out after I told them. Xueqi said mischievously. Then what if they think that I kidnapped you? Long Chen asked. Xueqi said, don't worry. If they can't find me, they will immediately contact me. As long as we leave now, they won't chase us if they can't catch up. As she said this, she frowned and said, they found out so quickly. Hurry up and leave. She hurried Long Chen anxiously and started to negotiate with the 5 Heavenly Emperors. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. He didn't kidnap me. I snuck over to him. You old fellows can rest assured. Isn't he very strong? I'm good friends with him now. I'm going to roam the world with them and see many interesting things. Just wait for me, Xueqi, to become a god emperor or even a supreme god. I'll come back to bring glory to my ancestors. After saying this, Xueqi threw the tree talisman away excitedly. Yeah. From today onwards, I'm free. Xueqi jumped up excitedly. This girl could clearly add a lot of liveliness to their team. Little beauty, yours truly knew that you would come after me. Come, let yours truly give you a hug. Kitten dashed out of the god kingdom and danced around. Just as he pounced on Xueqi, Xueqi spat out a mouthful of flames. Bastard, you want to take advantage of me? No way. Xueqi laughed and jumped up and down on the slaughter dragon boat. Lingxi and the others also appeared. Everyone preferred to stay together like this. When Kitten introduced everyone to Xueqi, Lingxi stood in front of Long Chen and asked, where are we going next? God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. Xueqi suddenly jumped up and said excitedly, let's go to God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. There are many interesting things and many experts. All of them are god fiends. That place is much more interesting than the Builder Tree Sacred Tree. Long Chen also thought of that place. If I'm right, Di Jun and the others should be chasing towards the east. They probably don't know that I've already turned north. It will take some time to go back, at least a few years to be safe. Then we can go to God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. The people of the Builder Tree rarely leave the tree, but on God Fiend Buzhou Mountain, we should be able to get information about the entire world. Long Chen thought for a while and decided, okay, let's go to God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. Xueqi, you know the location, right? Xueqi had prepared for a long time and said, for this great voyage, I've already prepared a map. I stole it from the Sacred Divine Hall. Although it's not very clear, God Fiend Buzhou Mountain is a heavenly pillar. As long as the direction isn't too wrong, we can definitely find it. Looking at her shining eyes, Long Chen knew that if it wasn't for him, she would probably run straight to that place. Okay, then let's go. They started moving forward. God Fiend Battlefield, what kind of place is that? Chapter 28:19. God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. The infinite worlds were so vast and boundless. Even a divine emperor or an even more powerful divine spirit would need a lot of time to travel from one world to another. Long Chen had spent 5 years to travel from the dragon sacrificial continent to the Builder Tree. Who knew how far it would be to reach God Fiend Buzhou Mountain now? Long Chen couldn't help but yearn for the title of Pillar of Myriad Worlds. The infinite worlds were so vast. He also wanted to travel through these endless worlds to explore the endless mysteries. Perhaps everyone was like that. As for the length of time, he was already used to it. Divine kings in the god realm of Taishur could easily exist for tens of millions of years. For them it was just a few years. It was too short. It was just the blink of an eye. Many god spirits had reached their limits. They cultivated to prevent their cultivation from dropping. Unlike Long Chen and the others, they still had a lot of time. Especially him and Mo Xiaolang. There was no limit. After Xueqi activated the Divine Phoenix's bloodline, her future was also boundless. She had already reached the perfected Divine King realm. Long Chen had fought with her before, and she was indeed not bad. It would not be easy for Mo Xiaolang to take her down. After Mo Xiaolang devoured the South Pole Heavenly Venerate Fire Wood, his cultivation increased rapidly. He also learned a few nomological laws, including the soul of the undying fire and even the holy tree furnace. Although he had not reached the perfected Divine King realm, with 2 ancestral fires, his combat strength was extraordinary. After getting along for a long time, Xueqi, their new friend, quickly became familiar with them and soon mingled together. She had an active and straightforward personality and was very popular with everyone, especially Kitten. As for Wan Qing, when Long Chen left the Builder Tree, he gave him a choice. Whether he wanted to leave alone or follow Long Chen. He originally chose to follow Long Chen, but he later chose to leave alone and wander alone with Yu Yen to a new world and start a new life. Long Chen naturally supported him. It was only later that he realized that Yu Yen was not a disgusting woman. The reason why she was together with Saint Green Lightning and humiliated Wan Qing in broad daylight was all because of Saint Green Lightning's arrangement. She had no choice but to do so because Saint Green Lightning used Wan Qing's life to threaten her. If she did not do so, Saint Green Lightning would kill Wan Qing. She had no choice but to make a painful choice. Even if she had to injure Wan Qing, she didn't want him to die. During that period of time, all the gods were secretly discussing her shamelessness. When she heard that, she could only cry in secret. No matter what, after experiencing so many hardships, they were able to reunite again. Perhaps it would make them cherish each other even more in the future. A new journey. Lingxi began to nurse her body in peace, waiting for the birth of her child. Even so, she did not stop studying her heavenly rule spirit technique. After about 6 years, before she reached Mount Buzhou, she finally cultivated her 8th heavenly rule spirit technique. She also reached the great circle of Tai Shi God realm, becoming a great circle god king. Then, her mortal sword will reach great completion, and her human sword will also develop greatly. She believed that it would not be long before she could use these 2 sword wills to display the other sword wills in the spirit essence god sword will. At that time, she would only be stronger and more terrifying. This feeling of growing stronger and adventuring together was really good. About the 7th year, another expert was added to the team. That was Yang Lingqing. In 7 years, she finally completely fused with the origin dragon soul and became a true unparalleled mystical dragon. Although she was only a young dragon, her battle power far surpassed that of the Dragon Emperor and the rest. At this moment, the god nation was bustling with dragons. Billions of lives could transform into mystical dragons and soar in the sky. Among them, there were even some true dragons that possessed power comparable to gods. This was a dragon world. The prosperity of the dragons was unparalleled. It gave people the illusion that the era of the mystical dragons had returned. The origin dragon soul was in the center of the world. The dragon emperors managed the entire world in an orderly manner. There were no problems at all. All the inheritance blood essences and source dragon souls had been distributed. As time passed, there would be billions of real mystical dragons here one day. Long Chen did not want them to be exposed for the time being. He wanted them to develop like this until they had the power to protect themselves in the infinite worlds. Only then would the entire mystical dragon race descend and return to the infinite worlds. Long Chen's blood was boiling. He was looking forward to that day. Now, he and his companions were also fighting for the return of the dragon clan. That was their destiny, and it was also the duty that their bloodline gave them. In battle, they would rather die than surrender. Now, when Yang Lingqing woke up, a colorful mystical dragon rushed into the clouds. Its body was so huge that it covered the sky. Even though it was only a young dragon, it had an unparalleled majesty. Countless mystical dragons revered it and bowed their heads in submission. This was the birth of the first unparalleled mystical dragon. This was a spiritual dragon. Spiritual dragon. Other than the life elemental law, all the other laws that the Tai Chi spiritual dragon is proficient in. Long Chen watched without blinking. He could feel the majestic nomological power in Yang Lingqing's body. Yang Lingqing's current strength was probably no weaker than a perfected god king. She could probably fight Mo Xiaolang and the rest. More importantly, this was an expert that was created by Long Chen himself. Compared to them, Yang Lingqing did not have a good foundation. However, she had a good brother. Under the nurturing of this brother, she obtained the essence blood and origin dragon soul of the unparalleled mystical dragon. Very easily, she became an unparalleled mystical dragon. As long as she grew in the future, as long as she was not killed, she would definitely reach the ancestor realm. Brother, thank you. Yang Lingqing turned into human form in front of him. The current Yang Lingqing was no longer the pretty girl from a humble family. She had the aura of a mystical dragon. She was rich in spiritual qi and had the majesty of a dragon. Every move she made was natural and beautiful. However, Yang Lingqing had a cold personality. After so many years, although she had many suitors, there was no one suitable for her. Why are you being so polite with me? You have to grow stronger too. I can't protect you forever. Long Chen smiled. Speaking of which, the two of them were born on the same day, month, and year. Everyone gathered together. When they saw how strong Yang Lingqing was, they were all very happy. Brother, we were in the builder tree for such a long time, and all of you risked your lives for me. Now that I've obtained power, I'll definitely work hard and use it where I can help you. I'll work hard for you my entire life. I'll follow you forward, live with you, and die with you. As Yang Lingqing spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears. Qing'er. Long Chen hugged her and said, "Don't be like this. What I want to see is you living for yourself. As your brother, no matter what I give you, it is only right. I have never asked for any compensation from you. Don't treat me as an outsider and don't give yourself any pressure. As long as you are happy and satisfied, I will be happy and satisfied as well." To have such a sister in this life, Long Chen felt that he was already very satisfied. Don't be so sour. We are almost at the fiend god Buzhou mountain. Kitten rolled his eyes and said. Only then did everyone start laughing. Yang Lingqing was tearing up, but she was also amused. She said angrily, Kitten, you dare to laugh at me? See if I don't beat you up. Save me, the tigress is going to kill me. Xueqi, little beauty, quickly come and save your husband. If I don't have you, I won't be able to be happy in the future. Kitten covered his head and scurried away. Xueqi rolled her eyes and said, Beat him. Sister Lingqing, let me help you beat him up too. While they were fooling around, Long Chen stood in front of the slaughter dragon boat and looked at the boundless starry sky in the distance. In his vision, an incomparably huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It covered the sky and covered the earth. From above the starry sky to below the starry sky, it was endless. It was unknown how many times larger it was than the builder tree. This is the fiend god Buzhou mountain. Finally seeing the battlefield of the fiend gods, the place where the myriad realms struggle for hegemony, Long Chen's blood couldn't help but boil. It has been 7 years since he last fought. It's not here. Divine King Tai flew up from a vast star sea world. After a period of hurrying, he finally met up with Di Jun's team. Maybe he's not heading east. Empress Myrtlestar couldn't help but say. Empress Myrtlestar couldn't help but ask. Back then, she had been trapped by Long Chen and Lingxi in the east, and she had watched as Long Chen and Lingxi headed in that direction. After all, the eternal god race was in the north. Long Chen shouldn't have dared to go there. Di Jun's golden gaze transcended the boundless space. The god kings followed behind him. Seeing that Di Jun didn't respond, they didn't say anything. This kid is very bold. He might have gone north, Divine King Tai pondered. We still have to rely on the paper crane to find him. If we go astray, even if we know where he is, it will be troublesome to go there. It's better to stay where we are. Di Jun's status was very high. Even the ultimate god kings had to rely on Di Jun to gain a foothold in the myriad realms. In front of Di Jun, they only dared to whisper. There's news. They went north and just left a world called the Builder Tree, Di Jun suddenly said. Of the 2 Fey god emperors, the white-haired youth smiled strangely. The paper crane is really not bad. I'll trade with them next time. Let's go. Di Jun put all the gods into his divine kingdom and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With a flash, he headed in the direction of the Builder Tree at a terrifying speed. Of course he knew where the Builder Tree was, because he had the complete star map. In the star map, the locations of the tens of thousands of worlds were very clear. Among them, the draconic right continent was at the very center. Unfortunately, the weakest areas of the myriad realms were in the east, west, south, and north. Each had a core, and in the northern core was fiend god Bujo Mountain. Chapter 28:20. Although he had seen the demon god Bujo Mountain, Long Chen knew that it would take a long time to get close to it. After all, the demon god Bujo Mountain was too huge. The pillar of the myriad realms. Although he didn't know how this god-fiend Mount Bujo supported the myriad realms, it clearly played a vital role in the myriad realms. Although Long Chen had gone to the Builder Tree, he still didn't know much about the myriad realms. Xueqi didn't know much either. He only knew that this was the battlefield of the demon gods. However, such a huge fiend god Bujo Mountain definitely had many mystical aspects. There were also many things that he had to pay attention to, and even many taboos. These could only be slowly discovered after entering the fiend god Bujo Mountain. Then, this huge world gradually appeared in front of Long Chen, expanding. It was indeed a mountain, endless. Looking down, he couldn't see the foothills. Looking up, although it was still very far away, he couldn't see the peak either. The entire demon god Bujo Mountain was shrouded in a pitch-black fog, faintly revealing the mountain. A pitch-black, sky-reaching mountain. The first peak of the myriad worlds. Born before the myriad worlds, its size was estimated to be comparable to the dragon sacrificial continent of the past. There must be a great secret hidden within. However, in the eyes of Long Chen and the others, they couldn't see anything at all. To them, this boundless mountain range was mysterious and unfathomable. The closer they got, through the layers of black fog, the more they couldn't see the demon god Bujo Mountain clearly. Even with their current abilities, they couldn't sense any experts inside. This was a dead world, a sealed world, and a terrifying world. I heard those old men say that the demon god Bujo Mountain isn't controlled by any world. It isn't one of the myriad worlds, but it's equivalent to an original incipient world. Of course, it's not a real world, just an original incipient world. There are no native god spirits inside. As for the entire myriad worlds, I don't know if there are real original incipient worlds. Usually, there are supreme god spirits and Tai god realm experts in the original incipient world. Xueqi's eyes brightened when she saw the demon god Bujo Mountain. She hated that she couldn't rush up there. The world of rank 8. To be honest, Long Chen was truly shocked. Although there were no mortal spirits, the degree of stability, the degree of suppression, and so on were definitely no different from an 8th tier world. Moreover, there might be existences in this fiend god Bujo Mountain that surpassed deity emperors, who were in the Tai divine realm. God emperors were already existences on the same level as the rulers of myriad worlds. If he was in the divine realm of Tai or the hierarch realm, his value would be at the pinnacle of the entire myriad worlds. He would be a peerless overlord among the gods and demons. He would also be a monster that had survived until now. Thus, although the demon god Bujo Mountain wasn't one of the 10,000 worlds, it wasn't much different from a level 8 world to Xueqi. If this place didn't have level 8 or original incipient grade treasures, it wouldn't have attracted the god kings or even the divine masters here. In the current myriad realms, even a 7th grade eternal world could suppress a region. The sacrificial god great world was at the primordial chaos level. It also dominated the northern starry sky and enslaved many worlds. For example, this fiend god Bujo Mountain was not disturbed by ordinary mortals, and no one occupied it. It was strange and mysterious, and there were countless heavenly treasures. That was why it became the land of fiend gods. They were getting closer and closer. After about a month, Long Chen and the others finally got close to the demon god Bujo Mountain. To be honest, the demon god Bujo Mountain was too big. It would take a long time to get to the back of the mountain. There was endless black fog below, and they couldn't see anything for the time being. But Long Chen could feel that the violent suction coming from below was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that if they reached the ground, the gravity would be as strong as the God Star of Destiny, or even stronger. That was why ordinary mortals couldn't survive here. Only gods could come here. We're finally here. The demon god Bujo Mountain. Xueqi wanted to come here even in her dreams. Under her influence, everyone was very curious about this place. They were all looking carefully. Obviously, This place would be much more interesting than the Builder Tree. Everyone, get ready. We're going down soon. Long Chen reminded them. They were all strong now, and they had their own strength. If they traveled together, they could take care of each other. Just then, a huge snow-white warship was coming towards Long Chen from another direction. When Long Chen sensed them, he let them enter the God Kingdom first. He had to be careful, because the demon god Buzhou Mountain had a strong murderous aura. It was a place of killing. And this warship was many times bigger than the Slaughter Dragon boat. It was obviously a primordial-level warship. Its controller was probably a god king. The current Long Chen was far from being able to deal with a divine emperor from the god realm of absolute beginning. Therefore, when he saw the undamaged primordial chaos warship, Long Chen had already gotten Lingxi to prepare for the stellar transposition. The primordial-level warship he had seen before was the Era God warship of the Era Sky Demon, but it had been broken. Now, this warship was magnificent, majestic, and shining with divine light. It seemed to come from ancient times, majestic and domineering. Before it, the Slaughter Dragon boat was like a small boat. The Slaughter Dragon boat was blocking the path of the snow-white warship. Long Chen hurriedly moved aside, making way for them. They must have come from the north of the demon god Buzhou Mountain. They probably didn't come to enter the mountain, but to go south. Long Chen analyzed in his heart. Suddenly, he had a feeling that there were several immortals on this warship. They gave Long Chen a feeling that they were familiar. I don't think I know anyone in the infinite worlds. Just as Long Chen thought of this, he was shocked. He knew who it was. The sacrificial god Great World, the eternal god race, and the 8 god kings. They were here. They had come from the sacrificial god Great World. They had gone around the demon god Buzhou Mountain, and were preparing to continue on to the dragon sacrificial continent. Their goal was, of course, to snatch the eternal incandescent stone, to avenge Shin Central and Shin Qiong, and even to explore the Origin Dragon Palace. Shan Qiong had transmitted this information to them. They had indeed set off. Long Chen was 90% sure that there were 8 god kings from the eternal god race on this warship. I'm doomed. If I hadn't deliberately gone around to the demon god Buzhou Mountain and followed the original direction, I definitely wouldn't have met them. Originally, the direction Long Chen had chosen was slightly northwest. Then, with Zhu Shi's directions, he had come to the demon god Buzhou Mountain. He hadn't expected the demon god Buzhou Mountain to be in the direct line from the sacrificial god world to the dragon sacrificial continent. At this moment, Long Chen was trembling with fear. He knew the consequences. Once they saw through him and started fighting, they would definitely lose. The 8 god kings could kill Long Chen and the others in seconds. Then, he would die, and his god nation would be exposed. The lives of the trillions of lives in the god nation would be completely controlled by the 8 god kings. The Origin Dragon Palace would also fall into their hands. Long Qinglan would die in vain, and there would be no hope of resurrection from the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the infinite worlds. The consequences would undoubtedly be disastrous. Long Chen knew the value of his life. At this point, only a small part of his life belonged to him. The rest belonged to others, the people in the world he wanted to protect. So he had to calm down. It wasn't as if there was no chance of escape on the demon god Buzhou Mountain. The Slaughter Dragon boat and the huge warship quickly brushed past each other. The scene of Long Chen and Empress Myrtlestar's encounter was actually replaying itself. On the snow-white warship, a bewitching god king, whose gender couldn't be determined, suddenly appeared. He was even stranger and more enchanting than Shin Qiong and Shin Yang. His demonic eyes made one's hair stand on end, and his thick robe was embroidered with the symbol of the eternal god race. He looked down at the Slaughter Dragon boat and said in a voice that was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, "You stop." Long Chen did as he was told, and the Slaughter Dragon boat stopped. There was no point in being nervous. Right now, he could only tell Lingxi to get ready. If something went wrong, she could take him to the stellar transposition. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. "Come out," ordered one of the 8 god kings of the eternal god race. They cultivated the path of faith, and their words had the same influence as Long Chen's heart's eye of hope. They could control others with just words. If Long Chen didn't come out, then he would be going against him. Who would go against 8 god kings? Long Chen came out of the Slaughter Dragon boat and said with some reverence, "God King, what business do you have?" The person glanced at him and said, You can tell that I'm a god king. Not bad. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you know of a place called the Draconic Continent? So, he didn't recognize him and was just asking in passing. Long Chen shook his head and said, Apologies, I don't know. I came to Demon God Buzhou Mountain to train. That god king probably asked many people along the way. Seeing that Long Chen didn't know, he didn't mind and directly returned to the divine warship. The divine warship continued to advance towards the south. At this time, Long Chen didn't say anything and naturally returned to the slaughter dragon boat. He rushed into the black mist of Demon God Buzhou Mountain and swaggered away, truly entering Demon God Buzhou Mountain. This time, it could be considered a daunting experience without any mishaps. Who are they? God kings. Are they really all experts from the god realm of absolute beginning? Xueqi asked in surprise. That's right. It said that they came from the sacrificial god Great World. There are 8 god kings. At the same time, they are the ones chasing after us. Long Chen reminded her. Now that they had escaped a calamity, he should tell Xueqi lest she cause trouble. Although there was this little interlude, they still arrived at Demon God Buzhou Mountain. They increased their speed and rushed in. As expected, this pitch-black world had an incomparably terrifying gravity. When Long Chen put away the slaughter dragon boat, he actually fell down like a cannonball. He couldn't stabilize himself no matter what and directly smashed into the ground. Rumble. Chapter 28-21. He had arrived. Although he was dizzy from the fall, it wasn't a big deal. It's equivalent to an original incipient grade world. Long Chen began to observe the surroundings. He found that this entire world was stable and strong to an abnormal degree. Although he had the power to defeat an ultimate realm god king, he couldn't break the space here. He couldn't even twist it. With his godly strength, the damage he could cause to this desolate world was limited. Although the might was the same, he could destroy the dragon sacrificial continent with a single punch. But here, he could only blast apart short mountains and boulders. In the Builder Tree Sacred Tree, he could still make the entire Builder Tree Sacred Tree tremble. But here he was like a tiny ant. Descending on this god-fiend Buzhou Mountain was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The most important thing was the restriction of perception. In this fiend god Buzhou Mountain, whether it was the will or the 5 senses, the range of perception was too small. For example, if Long Chen was on the Builder Tree Holy Tree, even if he was in the Builder Tree Holy Celestial Palace, he would still be able to sense the territory of the Phoenix clan. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to detect it instantly. But in this demon god Buzhou Mountain, the enemies couldn't detect him even if they were several thousand meters away. Fortunately, their speed and god power weren't restricted. To them, several thousand meters was just a thought. It's like we're blind now, Long Chen thought so. In the end, it was a matter of commotion. If it was the Builder Tree, the battle between the ultimate realm god kings would affect the entire tree. But here, it felt like they could only affect a small area. Thus the gods and demons chose to fight here. The more hidden the environment was, the higher the possibility of fighting. This was a world that only gods could come to. Demon God Buzhou Mountain. As far as Long Chen's eyes could see, it was filled with endless black mountain peaks. There was no end to them at all. The black fog in the distance had completely sealed off his field of vision. He could only see the surrounding 10,000 meters clearly. It's as if I'm blind. Mo Xiaolang and the others also came out of the Divine Kingdom. Only Lingxi remained. Lingxi had a quiet personality and wasn't very interested in these magical worlds. To her, staying safely by Long Chen's side was already very beautiful. The others were by Long Chen's side, sighing as they looked around. To be honest, even after arriving here, he still knew nothing about the fiend god Buzhou Mountain. However, they had a lot of time to explore and understand this world that was equivalent to the original incipient grade. I don't know if the 8 god emperors will return here. Let's change our location quickly. In such an environment, I reckon that even god emperors wouldn't be able to find others easily. This place is actually safer than the starry sky. Long Chen led the way. He started moving towards the peak of fiend god Buzhou Mountain. Half a month passed. What Long Chen didn't know was that the divine warship heading south had suddenly turned around and was speeding towards the fiend god Buzhou Mountain. Damn it. The person we met at the fiend god Buzhou Mountain could be Long Chen that Shen Qiong and the others mentioned. He can recognize that I'm a god emperor and can control an orderal-level creator artifact. He's only at the Sir God realm. I'm afraid he's the only one who could be so strange. Yes, it's very likely to be him. The strange thing is that I thought he was still in the dragon sacrificial continent. I didn't expect that he had already escaped so far away. Furthermore, when he first met us, he was obviously nervous for a period of time. Now that he's at the fiend god Bujo mountain, it won't be easy to find him in this god-forsaken place. Even for us, it's a headache to come here. Even so, this Long Chen dared to kill members of the Eternal God tribe. He also carries a big secret. We must capture him and make him take us to the dragon sacrificial continent. Isn't that better? He's just arrived at the fiend god Bujo mountain, so he's definitely not familiar with the place. He can't have gone too far. The 8 of us should split up and search separately. We should try our best to catch this kid within half a year. All right. In a place like the fiend god Bujo mountain, we can only split up and search separately. Long Chen still didn't know that the 8 god emperors of the Eternal God tribe had returned. During this half a month, he and the others advanced towards the mountain peak. However, they didn't meet a single person. Everywhere they looked was a vast and solid mountain range. For the time being, they hadn't seen anything else. The fiend god Bujo mountain is so huge. Just the area alone is dozens of times the size of the Builder Tree. However, the gods that came here are basically divine sovereigns and above. There aren't many of them. It's not easy to meet a single person in such a huge territory, so this should be normal. They traversed the mountains and moved forward secretly. They didn't dare to be too ostentatious. The best thing about traveling in a group was that they were happy and lively. Especially when Xueqi joined the group. She and Kitten quarreled and made quite a few jokes along the way. Other than Lingxi, who was resting in the Divine Nation, everyone else was outside. Mo Xiaolang was also accompanied by Xueqi at all times. The 2 of them were relatively quiet, and they supported each other. It was very sweet. In this way, they advanced for a full month. The distance wasn't far, after all, they weren't moving at full speed. There's even more killing intent here. I'm afraid there's a fiend god here. Long Chen surveyed the surroundings. The advantage of having more people was that it was easier to discover other fiend gods. There seems to be someone coming from that direction, Mo Xiaolang suddenly said. If it was the Builder Tree, Long Chen would have discovered it long ago when the other party was so close. That was why he had to rely on his eyes to look around and search for it. Be a little more careful, Long Chen reminded. Of course, everyone had at least the strength of a perfected godly king. If they joined forces, Long Chen wouldn't be their match, so there was nothing to worry about. He followed Mo Xiaolang's gaze and saw 3 aqua-blue figures tear through the heavy black fog. They had discovered Long Chen and company and were rapidly rushing towards Long Chen. On Long Chen's side, including Kitten, there were a total of 6 people. One could tell at a glance that 4 of them were godly kings. Other than Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, Xueqi, and Yang Lingqing looked the strongest. They were at the perfected godly king realm. Long Chen was somewhat astonished. This was the first time he saw other god fiends on god fiend Bujo mountain, but the other 3 were all godly kings. Clearly, godly king experts were not considered much here. There were 3 people, and the one in the lead was a woman. She had long blue hair, red lips, and snow-white skin. If it wasn't for the fact that her hair was tied up in a bun, making her look elegant and graceful, Long Chen would have thought that she was Xue Lanyan. Although Xue Lanyan had escaped during the battle in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, she had been seriously injured. Now, she could only hide in a corner and struggle for her last breath. The 2 people around him were 2 handsome men dressed in blue and white brocade robes. There were patterns of waves on the robes. In the eyes of Long Chen and the others, the waves directly evolved into monstrous waves that swept around them. Their blue eyes were like gems at the bottom of the sea. 3 godly king experts. Among them, the enchanting woman in the middle was the leader. This woman had blue hair and blue eyes. She was naturally seductive, and her temperament was like water. Her red lips seemed to have a magical power that constantly attracted the attention of people, be it men or women. This was clearly a godly king who had cultivated for countless years. There was no difference between them and heavenly venerables and sage kings. They should have the strength of the god realm of Taisher. The other 2 were perfect godly kings. Long Chen estimated that although his side was inferior to the other party on the surface, the truth was that these three people posed no threat to him. He did not know the rules of God-fiend Buzhou Mountain, so he did not make the first move. After the three godly kings arrived in front of them, they did not panic. The two handsome men had cold expressions. Although they did not speak, there was a faint murderous intent in their eyes. They looked at Long Chen and company like they were looking at prey. As for the blue-haired woman, she smiled sweetly and was overflowing with charm. Her gaze finally fell on Long Chen. Although Long Chen was the lowest in the group in terms of cultivation level, it seemed that the others vaguely saw him as their leader. "Everyone, aren't you going to introduce yourselves?" The blue-haired woman's voice was as gentle as water, and it made people go numb. Long Chen sized them up and thought, I might as well talk to them. I can get to know this god-fiend Buzhou Mountain through their mouths. With this idea, he said, since you have come to visit us, you should be the ones to introduce yourselves first. Hearing this, the woman giggled and said, Little brother, you are really interesting. What difference does it make who goes first? Long Chen did not answer and waited for her to speak first. Seeing that Long Chen and company were not afraid of her, the woman was a little curious. She smiled and said, All right, then I will go first. The three of us come from the eternal endless sea. We are the Endless God Tribe. Have you heard of the Endless God Tribe? Eternal God Tribe, Endless God Tribe. It shouldn't be related. For example, Di Jun and company were known as the Dragon Sacrificial God Tribe. It was just that they came from a different place. Long Chen shook his head. The woman was not surprised at all. She said, The 10,000 worlds are so big. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of us. We are just an order-level world, right? My name is Tian Jingxue. These two are my male servants, Tian Yusha and Tian Qingsha. An order-level world. That was similar to the Jianmu sacred tree. To be honest, although the 10,000 worlds were big, the worlds that could give birth to ultimate deities were still relatively small. An order-level world was already a relatively powerful world. Tian Jingxue saying that she came from an order-level world was actually a form of deterrence to Long Chen. It's your turn now. Tian Jingxue looked very expectant. No one knew what she was thinking, or what special rules did this god-fiend Buzhou Mountain have. My name is Yang Chen, and I come from the Firmament Continent. These are my brothers and sisters, Long Chen said simply. The Firmament Continent. Tian Jingxue had obviously not heard of it. At this time, one of the male servants behind her whispered into Tian Jingxue's ear. Master, what should we do? Tian Jingxue looked at him and said, It's not easy to meet other gods and demons. Of course we should make friends. But this leader is only a heavenly lord. Let the others in his team talk to us. The three women are perfect deities. Tian Yusha raised her head, her eyes full of disdain. Chapter 28-22. It was a team of 4 godly kings, but the one speaking was a godly lord. This was indeed strange. Under normal circumstances, if it weren't for the godly kings beside Long Chen, these three wouldn't even bother to look at him. This was because on Mount God-fiend Buzhou, godly lords were the lowest of the lowest. If one wasn't even a godly lord, it would be difficult to move even a single step after arriving at Mount God-fiend Buzhou under such gravity, not to mention taking risks. Among the gods, one's status was naturally determined by one's strength. There weren't many like Di Yao in the infinite worlds, and they had to know Di Jun. It was normal for these 2 male attendants to ignore Long Chen. Long Chen was very curious. These 2 perfected godly kings actually called Tian Jingxue master, and were her male attendants. Although he didn't know their exact relationship, Tian Jingxue could completely control their will. Perhaps this was some sort of rule of the infinite gods. After hearing Tian Yusha's words, Xueqi laughed and said, Who do you think you are? A man hiding behind a woman? What a shame. He's the boss here. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Xueqi had seen Long Chen kill South Pole Heavenly Venerate Firewood with her own eyes, so she was full of admiration for Long Chen. Although the other party also had a god king at the ultimate realm, she didn't take him seriously. You. Tian Yusha's sapphire blue eyes were filled with murderous intent. His godly king aura was about to be unleashed, but Tian Jingxue interrupted him. Her eyes were slightly angry, and Tian Yusha hurriedly retreated. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Only then was Tian Jingxue satisfied. She said to Long Chen, "I'm sorry, I didn't discipline these two fellows well. We're friends. It's not easy to meet someone on Mount God Fiend Buzhou. Can we have a casual chat?" I couldn't ask for more. Long Chen's reply exceeded Tian Jingxue's expectations. Tian Jingxue smiled charmingly and gestured to Long Chen. "Then let's talk as we walk. We're going to the battlefield of gods and demons. Are you going the same way?" "Of course. It's on the way," Long Chen said straightforwardly. His attitude was somewhat intolerable to the two male attendants. They regarded Tian Jingxue highly and had a strong enmity towards Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten. Could it be that this had something to do with them being men? Long Chen naturally understood that this Tian Jingxue definitely had some ulterior motives. This was very obvious. She most likely wanted to come over and fight. However, seeing that Long Chen's side seemed to have many strong cultivators, she changed her mind. Long Chen was not afraid of her schemes. He was only afraid that she would not chat with him. As long as they chatted, he would be able to familiarize himself with Mount Buzhou. As for the God-Fiend battlefield, since others said that God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain was the God-Fiend battlefield, it was likely that it was the most important and core place of God-Fiend Buzhou Mountain. "Please." Tian Jingxue let the two male attendants follow behind her. She stood side by side with Long Chen. Long Chen was cold and evil, and his temperament was ever-changing. On the other hand, Tian Jingxue was enchanting and passionate. The two of them standing side by side seemed very compatible. This caused the killing intent in the eyes of the two male attendants to become even more intense. It was almost impossible to conceal. This was a kind of contempt, a kind of jealousy, and also a kind of intense possessiveness. This was the complete opposite of the eternal god race. The eternal god race did not have gender, nor did they have such desires. However, the countless members of the endless god race displayed this intense desire. They followed behind Tian Jingxue, and their eyes were filled with terror. As for Mo Xiaolang and the others, they were behind Long Chen. They were also wary of these two male attendants. As for Xueqi, it was very obvious. She would often make faces at them, causing the two male attendants to tremble in anger. However, due to Tian Jingxue's prestige, they did not dare to make a move. "You two, acting as if our boss has taken a fancy to your master. Can you not be so delusional?" Xueqi also imitated Kitten and called them boss. "You're right. Look at their sour expressions. It's as if our boss is pressing his master to the ground and groaning. Oh, not bad. Their expressions are much more in line." Kitten was excited and echoed Xueqi's words. The two of them were very happy, causing Tian Yusha and Tian Qingsha's faces to turn ashen. "Kitten, don't say any more." Mo Xiaolang naturally knew that Long Chen was trying to get more confidence out of them. If the two of them continued to tease each other like this, they would probably start fighting very soon. Long Chen and Tian Jingxue had a very good conversation. Actually, a very long time ago, there were a total of 3 God-Fiend battlefields in Mount Buzhou. They were the Monarch, King, and Emperor levels. The Monarch level was at the foot of the mountain, the King level was at the Shining, and the Emperor level was at the peak of Mount Buzhou. Because of these 3 God-Fiend battlefields, Mount Buzhou was roughly divided into 3 areas. The lowest area was where most of the divine lords were active. The middle area was where the divine kings gathered. At the peak of Mount Buzhou, there were many deity emperors. Those whose levels were not high enough were naturally not qualified to enter the higher areas, or else they would be killed immediately. Tian Jingxue was always smiling gently. Her blue hair and eyes were charming, and her red lips were enchanting. Looking at her speaking softly was also a pleasant experience. Long Chen said, "To be honest, I've indeed just arrived at Mount Buzhou. I've only heard a little about it before. Today, I'm fortunate to meet Sister Tian Jingxue. I hope that you can introduce me to Mount Buzhou in detail." Yang Chen would be very grateful. Tian Jingxue was a little surprised. She covered her red lips with her white fingers and said, "You've actually just arrived? That's fate for us. I've been here for a period of time. It's my good fortune to be the first person you met when you first arrived. You know that Mount Buzhou is extremely dangerous. You've just arrived and there are many rules that you don't know. It's very likely that you'll be harmed. Moreover, there are countless strong people here. It's not like the world you've been staying in. It's the best. If we can get along well, we can form an alliance and explore Mount Buzhou together. That would be the best. Long Chen pretended to be overjoyed. He said, "That's naturally the best. We're more than happy that sister can take care of us. Indeed, I know nothing about battles in Mount Buzhou. I'm also very afraid of bringing along a group of younger brothers and sisters. But now that Sister Tianjing Xue is by my side, I feel much more at ease." He felt like vomiting after saying this. However, since she wanted to play, Long Chen would play along with her. Anyway, he had a lot of time. Although Tianjing Xue suspected that his strength wasn't just at the Divine Monarch level, she didn't think that he could completely crush her. Hearing Long Chen's words, Tianjing Xue smiled sweetly. She was overflowing with charm. She said coquettishly, "It's my good fortune to be able to meet you, brother. Let me tell you about Mount Buzhou first. Later, you have to introduce your cute younger brothers and sisters to me." This woman's words were too soft and too pretentious. Long Chen chatted with her for a while longer, and the topic of the conversation shifted to the battlefield of gods and demons. Tianjing Xue said, "Mount Buzhou is a place where only divine lords and above can move about. In fact, it is very difficult for divine lords to come here, and the chances of them dying are relatively high. Over time, Mount Buzhou is a nightmare for most divine lords. Hence, fewer and fewer divine lords come here. As a result, the monarch-level god-fiend battlefield has gradually been abandoned. Now, it has become a wasteland. The place we are at is actually the area where divine lords often move about. It's just that there aren't many divine lords now, so the monarch-level area has been merged into the king-level area. Now, there are a total of 2 god-fiend battlefields on Mount Buzhou. One is at the king level, while the other is at the emperor level. What we are going to this time is the king-level god-fiend battlefield. In other words, god kings and demon kings fight in the king-level god-fiend battlefield, while divine emperors and demon emperors fight in the emperor-level god-fiend battlefield. Those who are not at the god-king level are not allowed to enter the god-king area. Those who are not at the god-emperor level are not allowed to enter the god-emperor area. Otherwise they will be killed. Am I right? Tianjing Xue smiled charmingly and said, "That's natural. It's a place where god-kings move about. If divine lords sneak in, they will naturally be easily robbed and killed. It's the same principle for divine emperors. However, divine emperors can also descend the mountain, and we can also come to the divine lord area. For example now." It was only then that Long Chen understood why they only met other god-fiends in this month. It was because this was the divine lord area, but not many divine lords dared to come here. Hence, this place was desolate and uninhabited. The real battlefield was in the divine king area. Actually, why did we give up the peaceful environment and come to the god-fiend battlefield? I believe you are the same as us. We came here for the same goal. Everyone has their own limits. For example, many divine lords' limit is the divine lord realm. Their cultivation can only allow them to stabilize the divine lord realm. For many divine kings, when they reach their limits, they will forever be divine kings and never have the destiny to become divine emperors. In the myriad realms, at least half of the god-fiends are satisfied with their current situation, but we who came to the god-fiend Buzhou mountain are not satisfied. We all want to go through battles, through training, to break through ourselves and find a new peak for ourselves. We are people who have surpassed our limits and are warriors of fate. For example, my only goal in coming to the god-fiend Buzhou mountain is to break through the shackles of the divine king realm. I long to reach the god realm of absolute beginning one day. The god-fiend battlefield exists for people like us. Everyone had their limits. Celestial venerables and saint emperors had reached their limits. Green Lightning Holy Venerable, Xueqi, Long Chen, and the others had a huge space. Most of the god-fiends in the myriad realms had reached their limits and could no longer take another step forward. For example, Celestial Venerables and Tianjing Xue had already sensed their limits and had been stuck there for millions of years. True warriors, those who defied the heavens and changed their destinies, came to the god-fiend Buzhou mountain to challenge, fight, and find a way to break through the shackles of fate. For countless years, many god-fiends have broken through their limits here. Hence, the god-fiend Buzhou mountain is the holy land of us god-fiends, a place where only brave warriors dare to come. Everyone, please remember to come to the Tribe of Interest, Supreme Dragons, to sign in. Just click on the button when you open the tab. Next month, There will be an explosive update event for Supreme Dragons. It will depend on the sign-in rankings. The rules will be determined next month. I wish all readers a happy new year, and I hope all of you will be able to get into the school of your choice. Chapter 28-23. The God-Fiend battlefield was where this group of gods fought. At every moment, there were living beings fighting to the death here in order to break the shackles of fate. Some even disregarded their own lives. Therefore, God-Fiend Bujo Mountain gathered many madmen from the infinite worlds. In order to increase their determination to fight, generally speaking, both sides would make a bet. They would even bet their most precious destinable divine weapons, the world they controlled, and many other methods. Every battle would be recorded. God-Fiend Bujo Mountain was in the north of the infinite worlds. So many experts from the northern starry sky gathered here. The king-level God-Fiend battlefield was the most lively place on God-Fiend Bujo Mountain. Outside the God-Fiend battlefield, fighting is not allowed. Violators will be punished. Therefore, as long as you don't get close to the God-Fiend battlefield or enter a higher region, no one will target you. In fact, the God-Fiend battlefield is very safe, but it's different in the God-Fiend battlefield. The strength there is very complicated. After many years of development, it's no longer as simple as fighting. There are many interests involved. You will understand when you get there. Long Chen did not believe the first half of what Tianjing Xue had said. When she had first appeared, she had indeed shown some hostility. She had only restrained herself later on. When he came here and sensed the berserk and austere aura, he knew that other than the god and demon battlefield, there were definitely battles happening in other places. The reason why Tianjing Xue had told him this was probably because she wanted him to let his guard down and make a move. As for the second part, Long Chen believed that since God-Fiend Bujo Mountain was so big and occupied by so many experts, there would definitely be all sorts of conflicts for the sake of victory and treasures. If no one controlled the rules, it would be difficult to maintain order. Tianjing Xue's expression was one of awe as she said, "In God-Fiend Bujo Mountain, there is an alliance that is undoubtedly the strongest and most terrifying. That is the Heaven Region Alliance." Now, the two God-Fiend battlefields are under the control of the Heaven Region Alliance and operate according to their rules. Most of the time, the God-Fiends here have to listen to the Heaven Region Alliance. What is the Heaven Region Alliance? In any case, Long Chen already had an image of someone who didn't understand anything. He might as well ask directly. As for whether it was true or not, he would judge for himself. You don't even know about the Heaven Region Alliance? Tianjing Xue smiled helplessly and said, "Child, you are really reckless. You don't know anything, but you still dared to bring a group of people here. It's good to be young. To be honest, I envy you. When you roamed together and went through life and death together, I also had." At this point, she saw that Long Chen was staring at her, so she laughed and continued, "Actually, there are a total of 8 domains in the northern starry sky. Among them, there are 5 domains with the word heaven as their leader. They are the Heaven's Cub domain, the Heaven's Rush domain, and the Heaven's Sacrificial domain. These 5 domains have formed the Heaven Domain Alliance on Fiend God Bujo Mountain. They jointly control this place and are the strongest faction on Fiend God Bujo Mountain. The other 3 domains as well as some factions from the east, the south and the west, are also mixed here. Overall, the Heaven Domain Alliance is the closest and the strongest. In this way, there were dozens of domains in the infinite worlds. For example, Di Jun had once established a force in the Tai Hao domain in the south. In the north, there were a total of 8 territories, including the Heaven Wavering territory, the Heaven Rush territory, and the Heaven Sacrificial territory. According to Zhu Shi, the Zhenmu sacred tree seemed to be in the Heaven's Cub domain. And now, Fiend God Bujo Mountain was at the intersection of the various domains. Domains were almost the largest sphere of influence in the infinite worlds. If it weren't for Tianjing Xue, Long Chen wouldn't have known about this. It is said that the territorial lords of every domain are basically divine emperors who have surpassed the god realm of absolute beginning. They have achieved the supreme deity realm, proven their Tao in the god realm of Tai, and returned to the primordial chaos. They are the true rulers of the infinite world. It is even rumored that there is a supreme battlefield of gods and demons at the top of Mount Bujo. Only the supreme deities can reach that place. Of course, this is only a rumor. We divine kings cannot confirm whether it exists or not. Perhaps only the divine phoenixes who are fighting in the emperor battlefield, know about it. The infinite worlds were vast and there were countless experts. In the hearts of Tianjing Xue and the others, the supreme deities in the Tai divine realm were the ultimate rulers of the infinite worlds. Each ruler controlled hundreds of worlds and trillions of living creatures. They were endless. However, Long Chen knew that behind them, there was the sky-swallowing clan and the giant fiend god beasts. They were the true rulers, the rulers of the infinite worlds. It was just that Long Chen was too far away from that realm. He didn't dare to imagine that even divine emperors and supreme deities would far surpass him. Now, he needed to be grounded in order to grow stronger and fulfill the long-cherished wish of the dragon servants and the entire divine dragon clan. As for the sky-swallowing clan, he chose to forget about it. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it would be. I want to ask, I am only at the divine emperor realm now. If I go to the supreme deity battlefield, will I be killed? Long Chen asked Tianjing Xue after calming down. Tianjing Xue's eyes flashed. She said thoughtfully, there is an exception. Your true realm is not just at the divine emperor realm. It seemed that she had guessed it. Indeed, from her point of view, Long Chen was able to lead this group of divine demons. He must be outstanding. Sister, you must be joking. I am only a divine emperor. It seems that I can't go to the supreme deity battlefield. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. Tianjing Xue chuckled and said, You are so cute. I was just joking with you previously. To be honest, as long as you follow me, you will be mine. As long as there is someone to protect you, you can even go to the Tai divine realm. It's just that you can't participate in the divine demon battlefield. I see. Thank you, sister. Long Chen said gratefully. In fact, he knew that Tianjing Xue was determined to lead him to the supreme deity battlefield. Looking ahead, Tianjing Xue revealed a yearning expression. She said, the God-fiend battlefield is a holy land in our hearts. We God-fiends fight all day long to break through the shackles of fate. There are many God-fiends at the same realm, but the difference in strength is relatively large. Experts are forged through battle. For example, the experts on the Godly King list are all God-fiends who have reached the peak of the Godly King realm. It is truly enviable. Divine King list. Long Chen wasn't familiar with it. Tianjing Xue saw that he was interested, so she smiled and said, That's right, the God King ranking is based on the results of countless battles on Mount Buzhou. As long as you enter the God-fiend battlefield, everyone will have a ranking on the God King ranking. This ranking changes every day, but the top few God Kings in the world are all terrifying people. When you reach the King-class God-fiend battlefield, you will be able to see the God King ranking. The God King ranking is very important. It is a symbol of one's status and strength. To be honest, we are also fighting for the God King ranking. The higher one's rank is, the more shocking it will be. Long Chen nodded. The fame of Fiend God Buzhou Mountain was so great that only experts came here to fight. Perhaps there would be the strongest God King in the myriad of worlds here. In that case, there will definitely be a divine emperor list, Long Chen asked curiously. That's right, the divine emperor list is even more important. Even the divine emperors of the south, east, and west will come to the west to fight and challenge the experts at the top of the divine emperor list. Compared to the divine king list, the divine emperor list is more famous in the myriad worlds. It's just that the divine emperor list is too far away for us. Our only wish in this life is to become a divine emperor. As for a list like the divine emperor list, they could only fantasize about it. We're here. Suddenly, Tianjing Xue revealed a strange smile. Long Chen looked around. This was also a stretch of black barren mountains. There was nothing at all. How could they have arrived at the divine demon battlefield? This is the supreme deity battlefield. He didn't quite believe it. Who said I would bring you to the divine demon battlefield? Foolish little fellow. Tianjing Xue couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had always been gentle, but now that she was laughing, she looked a little ugly. Indeed, she was up to no good. Fortunately, Long Chen was prepared. Then why did she bring him here? Was there an ambush here, or was there something else strange? No matter what, he had to meet up with Mo Xiaolang and the others first. Tianjing Xue didn't attack Long Chen. They weren't far from each other. Long Chen instantly stood beside Mo Xiaolang and the others. Needless to say, in the blink of an eye, he took them into his divine kingdom. Tianjing Xue, who was opposite him, did the same thing. She brought her and the 2 male attendants into the divine kingdom. "You're the only one left to deal with me." Tian Jingxue was stunned when she saw this. "That's right, it's me." Long Chen already felt that something was wrong. This feeling came from the ground. He suddenly soared into the sky. Tian Jingxue did the same. She was still in front of him. She sized up Long Chen and asked, "In that case, you already knew that I would harm you, but you still followed me here. Perhaps you are very confident that you can escape from my attack." The commotion below was getting louder. Tian Jingxue vaguely used her nomological powers and began to seal the surroundings. She had gone to great lengths to lure Long Chen here. Of course, she didn't want to let Long Chen escape. That's right. Long Chen focused his attention below. Indeed, this god-fiend Buzhou mountain was a dangerous place. Those who weren't ruthless wouldn't come here. Tian Jingxue couldn't help but laugh coquettishly. She looked at Long Chen and said disdainfully, "Child, you are the most naive person I've ever seen. I'm very surprised that you are confident. But you don't know that this is God-fiend Buzhou Mountain. Do you really know the significance of God-fiend Buzhou Mountain?" Below, the ground faintly cracked. Danger had already arrived. However, Long Chen was very puzzled. Why was there danger, but he didn't sense any signs of life? Chapter 28-24. This was the true rule of Mount Buzhou. The moment one left the God-fiend battlefield, it was a tacit agreement to kill and hunt. The outside world was a life-and-death battlefield, while the inside world was a godly king-ranking battle. Typically, when one encountered someone on Mount Buzhou, they would either flee or fight to the death. When Tian Jingxue first encountered Long Chen, she was probably prepared to attack immediately. However, she had thought of a better way to deal with Long Chen. Godly monarch-level hunting. Defeating one's opponent and obtaining everything from one's opponent. Battles and gains were all ways to strengthen oneself. You didn't know your limits and rashly came here without understanding Mount Buzhou. Serves you right for ending up like this. Don't blame me, Tian Jingxue, for being ruthless and harming you." She laughed coquettishly, looking as though her scheme had succeeded. Long Chen knew that her greatest reliance was on the ground. Suddenly, a large portion of the mountain range below suddenly split open, and an incomparably huge mouth of darkness suddenly appeared in the original mountain range. The moment the mouth opened, it gave Long Chen a hair-raising feeling, causing his scalp to go numb. This was like the mouth of Mount Buzhou. It split open from the ground. Inside was a pitch-black void, but it gave off a terrifying feeling. It even made Long Chen feel suffocated. When the gigantic mouth split open from the mountain range beneath them, it suddenly produced a rather terrifying suction force. This suction force was much more terrifying than Soyan's black hole. It was a form of devouring. Although he didn't know what it was, Long Chen had a hunch that once he was devoured and lost, he would probably die without a burial. This should be a dangerous place unique to Mount Buzhou. Tian Jingxue knew that this place was dangerous, so she deliberately brought me in. Long Chen understood. But the reason why he wasn't afraid was that Tian Jingxue herself was also within the range of the dark mouth. Looking from afar, within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, the surface of the fiend god Buzhou mountain suddenly split open into a huge mouth. Everything within that range was swallowed by the mouth at a terrifying speed, especially the endless black mist, which directly formed a black pillar that rumbled and poured into the fiend god Buzhou mountain. The huge black pillar seemed to condense into a solid substance, which was indeed very terrifying. Long Chen and Tian Jingxue were now within this black pillar of air. Boom, boom, boom. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard all around. Long Chen's vision pierced through the thick fog and saw that Tian Jingxue was also struggling under the devouring. But even though she was also being devoured, she wasn't afraid at all. She still looked at Long Chen with disdain and pride. She said, "I can resist the devouring of the mouth of the demon and god." "Can you?" "Young Chen, if you want to blame something, blame yourselves for being too young and too reckless. With your strength, you actually dared to come to Mount Buzhou. You're just courting death." As she said this, even her own voice was trembling. It seemed like it wasn't easy for her to resist it. The reason why she brought Long Chen here was probably to reduce the strength of Long Chen's side so that she could defeat them easily. So at this moment, she said, "Let the 3 full-circle divine kings in your god kingdom try. If you come, There's only one outcome: death. If Long Chen and everyone else were devoured by the mouth of the demon and god, she wouldn't get anything. That would be a loss. Long Chen understood. It seemed like Tianjing Xue estimated that he had the combat power of a divine king, but he was at most a primordial divine king. She didn't even imagine that he was in the ultimate stage. At this moment, Tianjing Xue was smiling coldly and arrogantly. She withstood the monstrous devouring power and headed outside. I'd like to see how many of you can survive. Is that so? Since he knew everything he wanted to know in the other party's goal, it was just the right time to start the battle. He made his move directly. Lingxi came out of his god kingdom and stood beside him, holding Long Chen's arm. This is... Tianjing Xue was shocked. She didn't expect that there was another full-circle divine king on Long Chen's side. If she didn't use the strategy of the demon and god's mouth and directly started the battle, it might really be difficult to win. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel proud of her decision. The devouring power of the demon and god's mouth increased once again. If it was a primordial divine king, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have been devoured. Just as Tianjing Xue was feeling smug, Lingxi used the stellar transposition with Long Chen and instantly vanished from Tianjing Xue's sight. They appeared thousands of meters behind her, outside the devouring range of the demon and god's mouth. You're too slow. Long Chen's voice sounded from behind Tianjing Xue. At that instant, Tianjing Xue's smile froze. Then she trembled and turned back in shock. Indeed, she saw that Long Chen had escaped the demon and god's mouth's restraints and had rushed outside. How is this possible? Tianjing Xue's expression immediately changed. It had to be known that the demon and god's mouth was one of the places on Mount Buzhou that gods and demons feared. There were a large number of demon and god's mouths in the entire Mount Buzhou. It was impossible to count. Furthermore, the location of the demon and god's mouth would change every once in a while. It could be a month, a year, or even several years. Tianjing Xue had learned of the existence of a demon and god's mouth half a month ago. Today, when she tried it, it was indeed still there. To be honest, if a primordial realm godly monarch encountered a demon and did not have the help of other godly monarchs, they would definitely die. Even if a perfected godly monarch could escape, they would definitely be drained of energy and be in a half-dead state. Only a final paramount realm godly monarch would be slightly better off. Tianjing Xue had encountered many demon and god's mouths and had plenty of experience. Therefore, she dared to personally bring Long Chen here. She risked her life in order to reduce the strength of Long Chen's side. It was very easy for them to perish while fighting on Mount Buzhou. Therefore, no matter the time, they would maintain their peak condition. If there was something they could use or avoid, they would definitely not fight to the death. However, Tianjing Xue never expected that a rookie like Long Chen would be able to escape from the demon and god's mouth despite being tricked. Furthermore, he had escaped instantly, faster than her. The woman beside him actually has such a mystical law. She directly allowed him to change locations and escape from this place. Tianjing Xue gritted her teeth in anger. She originally wanted to trick Long Chen, but she never expected to fail. Instead, she ended up in such a sorry state. If you have the guts, don't escape. It had not been easy for her to capture Long Chen. Tianjing Xue had miscalculated, so she was naturally most worried that Long Chen would escape. After all, she needed some time to escape from the demon and god's mouths. Who said that I'm going to escape? Long Chen sneered. He had to thank Tianjing Xue. She had personally explained the rules of Mount Buzhou to Long Chen, allowing Long Chen to clearly understand how terrifying this place was. The strange demon and god's mouths happened to teach Long Chen a lesson. Boss, we have to beat up this evil woman and burn her to a crisp. She really dared to trick us. She sure has guts. Xueqi and company came out. To be honest, if Long Chen had not acted quickly and protected them, the sudden appearance of the demon and god's mouths might have brought them great trouble. Mo Xiaolang, Sui Yan, and Yang Lingqing had also appeared. Now, they were just waiting for Tianjing Xue to appear so that they could understand this fate. It was impossible for Long Chen to not retaliate after being tricked. I'll help you. Lingxi smiled gently. Her extremely pure look was indeed countless times more beautiful than Tianjing Xue's pretentious act. You are ridiculously bold. Are you prepared to fight us? When Tianjing Xue heard his reply, she couldn't help but laugh. She was still worried that Long Chen would escape. Now that she saw that a group of people had actually appeared, she finally felt relieved. Fine. Since the demon and god's mouths didn't work, then let's directly fight. Tian Jingxue narrowed her eyes and exploded with anger. She was one of the strongest gods in the endless god race and had created countless glorious achievements. Her ranking on the God King list was also considered high. Most of the endless god race's countless years of inheritance had fallen on her. In the eternal endless sea, Tian Jingxue was respectfully called the Tianyi goddess. She was the most revered ruler of the endless sea. Of course, Long Chen didn't care about this. Boom, boom, boom. Tian Jingxue was like a goddess of the sea. A majestic ocean whirlpool formed around her. The more it spun, the larger it became. In a short period of time, it had expanded to a size of 10,000 meters. Gradually, it resisted the demon and god's mouth suction and tore apart the black pillar of qi. Boom! There was an explosion, and the waves surged to the sky. Tian Jingxue's beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and the waves scattered in all directions. Under the contrast of the blue light, she was graceful, elegant, and noble. Her divine might was vast. One could imagine how she looked like in the eternal endless sea. Swoosh! Two handsome and tall male attendants appeared behind her. The waves surged to the sky, and the aura of a god king swept over the world. After Tian Jingxue came out of the demon and god's mouth, the demon and god's mouth instantly closed. The surroundings finally quieted down. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Both sides faced each other, and anger burst forth. A bunch of ignorant people, but they are very courageous to fight against the endless god race. Master, let me, Tian Yusha, fight against two perfection realm god kings. You can take care of them. I, Tian Qing Sha, am also willing to fight against two perfection realm god kings. The two male attendants opposed each other and expressed their goodwill to Tian Jingxue. Long Chen's side had a total of 4 perfection realm god kings. They would have to send 2. This was the first battle in 7 years. Quickly finish it. Split into 3 groups and have a competition to see who can finish off their opponents. Little Shi and I will form one group, Xiao Lang and Yan Er's group, and Zhu Shi and Ling Qing will form one group. How about it? Do you dare? In the face of a battle, Long Chen's group was much more relaxed than Tian Jingxue's group. Who doesn't dare? Whoever is the last to finish will be punished. Do you dare to kiss me? Big sister Ling Qing, if I lose, I'll kiss you. When Zhu Shi heard about the competition, she immediately became excited. Young Ling Qing was startled. She pursed her lips and said, I'm not afraid. We won't lose. What? Kitten was stunned. He said angrily, No, I want to be in the same group as the little beauty. Let me lose. Chapter 28-25. According to Long Chen's arrangement, their opponents would be Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, Zhu Shi and Yang Ling Qing respectively. These were the opponents that the 2 male attendants were afraid of. Of course, they would be under great pressure if they had to fight 1 against 2. However, with beauties in front of them, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, Long Chen and the others were clearly rookies. Even if they were perfect realm divine kings, they weren't afraid. On the other hand, Long Chen and Lingxi were working together to deal with Tian Jingxue. This made them suspicious. Normally, if they wanted to live, they should place all their focus on Long Chen. You're quite bold. Is this your woman? She seems quite capable. She can follow me in the future. Although Tian Jingxue was being looked down upon, she wasn't angry at all. She smiled sweetly, hiding her killing intent in the deepest part. Attack! Long Chen shouted. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan held hands and quickly moved to the left, while Yang Ling Qing and Zhu Shi were together. Zhu Shi glared at Xiao Bai Sha and said, Xiao Bai Sha, get over here. Let me beat you up. Master, take a rest. Wait for us to deal with our opponents before we share your burden. Tian Yusha was so angry that her face turned pale. In the blink of an eye, she rushed towards Zhu Shi. On the other side, Tian Qingsha was also facing Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. To Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, these opponents were too easy. After devouring South Pole Heavenly Venerate Hua Mu, Mo Xiaolang's strength had skyrocketed again. Although he hadn't reached the perfect realm divine king realm yet, his combat power was definitely much higher than Soyan's. Long Chen hadn't seen Xueqi and Yang Lingqing before. This was the first time they were fighting in a team. The combination of dragon and phoenix was quite interesting. In order to win, they were really going all out. Tian Yusha had just arrived when two giant beasts appeared in front of him. These two giant beasts stunned Tian Yusha. He only knew that Xueqi was from the demon race and Yang Lingqing was from a human race. But he didn't know that Yang Lingqing could transform into such a giant beast. On his left was a dazzling five-colored phoenix. It was gorgeous and dignified. Even the 5 saint emperors couldn't compare. It was proud and noble, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. On his right was a multicolored divine dragon. It was even more gorgeous. Just like the 5-colored phoenix, it was an unparalleled beauty. Compared to the phoenix, the divine dragon was more domineering. It was less noble, but more majestic. To Tian Yusha, it was equally terrifying. 5 hellish phoenix wheel. Xueqi had a fiery temper. In order to win, she would naturally use her killer move as soon as she saw the other party kiss her. Her incomparably gorgeous 5-colored wings spread out and suddenly swirled. The power of rules erupted. She was proficient in the 5 types of phoenix rules. With this move, a 5-colored giant wheel swept out from her wings and spread out. The sky feather sand was instantly suppressed under the 5 hell phoenix wheel. This is. In order to show off in front of his master, Tian Yusha naturally wanted to kill the two of them. However, under the suppression of the 5 hellish phoenix wheel, he hadn't found a way to break it. The huge spirit dragon was already behind him. This was a real supreme divine dragon. It was only because it was still young. Otherwise, Tian Yusha wouldn't even be worth a fart in front of it. Every color on the spirit dragon was a kind of power. Under the guidance of Long Chen, Yang Lingqing used a few years to understand the rules of the 14th sacrifice. When the 14th sacrifice was combined into one and displayed in the body of the spirit dragon, the resulting power was infinitely close to that of a Tai Chi spirit dragon. After all, Long Chen didn't have the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon yet. The 5 hellish phoenix wheel and the 14th sacrifice. Almost at the same time, the two incomparably gorgeous attacks suppressed Tian Yusha. Tian Yusha roared, "Insignificant tricks. Watch the rules of my endless god race." In the end, before the rules could be displayed, the 5 hellish phoenix wheel collided with the 14th sacrifice. It directly made him lose all resistance. The violent waves were suppressed before they could form. Under his shock, Tian Yusha's defense completely collapsed. The battle had just begun, but he was already a long way from defeat. He had previously made a bold statement that he would fight 2 great perfection realm god kings alone. Long Chen had satisfied him. Today's result was probably something he could never have guessed. The endless god race sounded terrifying, but compared to the 5-colored phoenix and the spirit dragon, at least in terms of bloodline, they were completely incomparable. At the same realm, if he fought one of them alone, he would definitely lose. Xueqi and Yang Lingqing didn't have much battle experience. They just bombarded the spirit dragon, but even so, Tian Yusha was about to be crippled. Now, he didn't even have time to cry. His cries of pain came from the battlefield. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang was one step faster. Tian Yusha was now a charred corpse. He was the first to finish off his opponent. Now, it was up to Long Chen to kill them. "How is it?" Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and carefully stroked it. Then, he turned his head to look at Tian Jingxue. Tian Jingxue naturally didn't expect this result. She lost her smile and looked solemnly at Long Chen. "You made me angry. I believed you, but you brought me to the mouth of a demon." "I'm the one who's angry," said Long Chen with a faint smile. Tian Jingxue shook her head and said, "It seems like you are very confident. But even if you are all great perfection realm godly kings, what can you do to me? The God King region is the world of ultimate godly kings. Those who aren't ultimate godly kings have to hide. It's rare to see someone as arrogant as you." Having said that, he looked at Mo Xiaolang and then at Xueqi and the others who were still bombarding Tian Yusha. He couldn't help but laugh. "We are going to make a move. If we don't, we won't be able to see these 2 girls kiss. This bad taste." This was a joke, but it was completely disdainful of Tian Jingxue. After all, Tian Yusha was about to be completely defeated. Xue had to admit that no one had humiliated her to this extent in many years. She had previously wanted to treat Long Chen as prey, but now she had leveled up. You are courting death. After saying that, an explosion of power followed. Endless water. Xue's hands moved, and a drop of liquid appeared in each hand. It was formed by the condensation of laws, and it instantly occupied Long Chen's eyes. That's right, this rolling drop of liquid was the so-called endless water. It should have a rather terrifying weight. Its weight should be endless. Swoosh. Xue blasted the endless water at Long Chen and Lingxi. Although it was just 2 drops of water, the commotion was like 2 continents crashing towards Long Chen and Lingxi. This was the power of laws. Xue's power was probably similar to that of South Pole Heavenly Venerate Fire Wood. Her Boundless Divine Technique was a order-level Boundless Divine Technique. It was a level higher than Long Chen's current power. Single Heart Technique. Heartbreaking Sword Finger. At this time, Lingxi withdrew her small hand from Long Chen's. At the same time, her left hand controlled the thread of the Single Heart Technique, while her right hand turned into a sword finger that pierced towards Xue. Her attack speed was rarely seen. The Single Heart Technique directly controlled Xue's body, while the heartbreaking sword finger pierced towards her principal spirit. Xue snorted and her face turned pale. The endless water was also greatly affected and deviated slightly from its direction. Dang! The endless water came crashing over Long Chen. Lingxi was in a good mood. Under Long Chen's protection, she had no worries during the battle. She grabbed onto Long Chen and instantly disappeared in front of Xue. This was the Shifting Stars. Its speed was faster than spatial nomological teleportation. It was different from the nomological principles of space, and the range of the Shifting Stars was frighteningly large. The speed of such a short-distance teleportation exceeded the nomological speed. The endless water didn't hit Long Chen. Instead, it hit behind him. Immediately, the ground of God-fiend Buzhou Mountain trembled. The weight of these 2 drops of water could probably crush the builder tree. Xue's confidence stemmed from her strength. How is this possible? Xue hadn't been able to defeat her enemy in one move, but the Single Heart Technique and Heartbreaking Sword Finger were still entangled. Xue turned her head in horror. Snowflakes fell from the sky. The blue snowflakes condensed into a sealing technique that instantly surrounded her. Break! However, Xue wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was still very confident. After all, Lingxi was the one attacking. Although Lingxi's nomological laws were strange, Xue could sense that the greatest difference between her and herself was their strength. Sweet dew of creation. At this moment, her body was covered in a layer of transparent liquid that nourished her pink and round body. Under the nourishment of the sweet dew of creation, Lingxi's Single Heart Technique was finally cut off. The attack from the heartbreaking sword finger also began to repair itself. This nomological law was very similar to Long Chen's Flame of Life. It was just that the effect wasn't as intense. It's over. Killing intent erupted in Xue's eyes. Tear of nothingness. Another nomological law. 2 teardrops condensed in her eyes. One rushed towards Long Chen, while the other targeted Lingxi. Wherever the 2 teardrops went, everything turned into nothingness. Everything was purified. Its power was much stronger than the endless water. Facing such a nomological law attack, Lingxi couldn't break it for a moment. After all, when the nomological laws were at the same level, she was weaker than her opponent in terms of strength. Even though the 3 lifetimes threads could allow her to use Long Chen's strength, it was the same. At this moment, after Lingxi, Xue, who originally thought that he would only hide behind women, suddenly made a move. The Lingxu dual swords appeared in his hands, but the first to make a move was still the Fate nomological law, the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Heart Eye of Desire. Swoosh! The Destiny Heavenly Eye suppressed. The Heart Eye of Desire controlled. One suppressed. One confused. Under the 2 attacks, Xue was stunned. First, her strength was suppressed, and the attack power of the Tear of Nothingness plummeted. Then, she actually couldn't control her body. She actually forcefully retracted the nomological power, causing the Tear of Nothingness to dissipate. The situation was reversed. Long Chen instantly rushed in front of her. With a move of heavenly punishment, the Lingxu dual swords pierced through her arms, leaving a bloody mark. The power of heavenly punishment rushed in, instantly causing Tian Jingxue to be seriously injured. Judgment, the power of heavenly punishment. The exam was over. Not bad. I hope that the children who were about to take the exam would be as awesome as Crazy Man. Next up was the new year. There were basically no major events. God and Demon Buzhou Mountain was a major plot that had truly entered the infinite world. After the buffer of the Jianmu sacred tree, a monstrous battle would soon begin. Crazy Man would work hard to rush the plot to the end. He would also work hard to solve the problems of his writing habits. He would strive for perfection, and under the premise of a high volume of updates, he would produce the best quality and reading experience. Let's hope that Dragon's Blood will have a perfect ending, followed by an even better beginning. Every book is the most difficult to master at the later stages. I will pay more to learn and master it. Dragon's Blood is my first book. A new work by a newcomer. After some time, it will only be better in the future. Chapter 28-26. Boom. The power of heavenly punishment triggered Tian Jingxue's divine power. The god Dao refining heart dragon used Tian Jingxue's divine body as a battlefield. Tian Jingxue could not suppress this violent power at all. In a short time, the power of heavenly punishment had seriously injured her. Of course, this speed had surpassed Xueqi and the others. The heavenly punishment law had always been fast, ruthless, and accurate. Tian Jingxue's expression changed drastically. She groaned, and her long hair scattered. She was as noble as a fairy before, but now she was extremely miserable. Under the destruction of the heavenly punishment dragon, her divine body was riddled with holes, and her beauty was lost. Sweet dew of good fortune. With a sobbing tone, she unleashed another set of rules, but she still couldn't stop the destruction of the dragon of heavenly punishment. This was especially so when Ling Xi's art of heaven was unleashed once again, and she was greatly restricted. After 7 years of cultivation, both Ling Xi and Long Chen had made great progress. Even Long Chen himself was about to reach the great essence divine realm, transcend perfection, and reach the ultimate level. The winner has been decided. Long Chen retracted the power of heavenly punishment. At that moment, Tian Jingxue fell to the ground, covered with black sand and dust. Tears and blood stained the ground. Of course, for a divine being, as long as they were not killed, this kind of injury could naturally be recovered with time, especially since Tian Jingxue had the sweet dew of good fortune. She was defeated. Long Chen and Ling Xi were very fast. They surpassed Zhu Shi and Yang Lingqing and became the second team to defeat their opponents. This meant that Zhu Shi and Yang Lingqing were going to. So when they saw Tian Jingxue fall, they almost went crazy. Long Chen did not kill her. After all, he was a little confused about killing. If he did not have to kill her, he was willing to leave her a way out. If she always relied on killing and devouring like a devouring demon, then what was the difference between him and the Sky Devourer clan? Tian Jingxue had plotted against them, and Long Chen had given her a corresponding punishment, seriously injuring her and making her lose face. Moreover, she did tell Long Chen a lot about Mount Buzhou. Long Chen also called her sister a few times, which made Long Chen understand the rules of Mount Buzhou. Sparing her life was the right thing to do. On the other side, Zhu Shi and Yang Lingqing were anxious, and Tian Yusha was in a miserable state. He was completely defeated and almost killed. Luckily, Yang Lingqing stopped him at the last moment and prevented Zhu Shi from killing him. Zhu Shi was the one who suggested the bet, and now she was reaping what she sowed. Thinking of what would happen next, Zhu Shi's eyes rolled back. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was already thinking of an excuse to go back on her word. This kitten's boss is really abnormal. I was the one who started the battle first, but they finished off an ultimate divine king in a short while. When her opponents, Tian Yusha and Tian Qingsha, saw Tian Jingxue's crushing defeat, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Tears of blood flowed from their eyes. After being defeated, they crawled to Tian Jingxue's side. The 3 teams won by a landslide. They won. This was completely within Long Chen's expectations, but it was definitely beyond Tian Jingxue's expectations. At this moment, the 3 of them, who had been defeated by him, started to fight again. Tian Jingxue had the sweet dew of good fortune, so she recovered faster than the 2 beside her. At this moment, her eyes were filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth as she trembled. She did not have the gentle charm of a big sister from before. She was only in a sorry state. She said, "I didn't expect you to be an ultimate divine king. Your ability to hide your strength is really impressive. Even I was fooled by you. You are really good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You made me fall into your trap. It seems like you have been in Mount God Fiend Bujo for a long time." Longchen said, "You are thinking too much." Scram. Tianjing Xue glared at him angrily and said, "Why don't you kill me? Mount God Fiend Bujo is full of people who hit people when they are down." Longchen laughed coldly and said, "Scram before I change my mind. Otherwise, if I am in a bad mood, you may not be able to leave." Hehe. Tianjing Xue also laughed coldly. She was straightforward and directly brought the two male servants into the divine kingdom. Then, she took a deep look at Long Chen before leaving quickly. It was more important to escape. However, after she passed through the black fog and was about 10,000 meters away, she suddenly said, "You really have guts. You humiliated me but didn't kill me. It is obvious that you are giving me a chance to take revenge. Since you have such an invitation, I will accept it. There has never been an eternal winner in Mount God Fiend Bujo. Your victory today will become the reason for your death one day. Yang Chen, I will remember you. If you have the guts, come to the battlefield. I will wait for you here. Let me tell you frankly, I have other friends here. Do you dare to come?" After saying that, she quickly vanished. Clearly, she had recovered quite a bit. If a final realm god king wanted to escape from the fiend god Bujo mountain, Longchen really wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with this place. Should I catch up to her? Lingxi had the Star's Passage technique. If she tried to catch up to her, there was still a high chance of success. If she had known that Tianjing Xue would bite the hand that fed her, she would have left a mark on her. Longchen thought about it and said, "Forget it. She is just a clown. It is not worth mentioning." It was not that he was arrogant, but that Tianjing Xue did not understand the speed at which he was advancing. Longchen could already crush her now, let alone in the future. As for her friends, if they were on the king-class god-fiend battlefield, they would at most be ultimate god kings. Longchen was not afraid of opponents at this level. What he was interested in now was naturally the godly kings who were ranked at the top of the godly king list in the king-grade god-fiend battlefield. They were the true elites among the myriad world divine kings. They were the opponents he wanted to challenge. "Looks like we don't have to rush to the battlefield in the near future," Mo Xiaolang said. If Tianjing Xue went back, she would definitely be prepared to deal with Long Chen. She had to increase her strength to have an absolute advantage in the king-level battlefield. Long Chen said, "Yes, we can't just listen to one person's description. We have to ask a few more people and confirm how many experts there are. Then we can go in and prepare for battle." Lingxi was slightly worried and said, "If we appear like this, I am worried that Di Jun will find out and chase after us." This was indeed a problem. He said, "We have two major opponents now. One is Divine Emperor Di Jun, and the other is the Eternal Divine Race. The Eternal Divine Race has just left for the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, but it is not certain that they will return. It is very dangerous. As for Divine Emperor Di Jun and the others, they are heading east. Even if they hear our news, they will need a few years to come. We can't stay here for too long, but we don't have to worry about 2 or 3 years." Here he paused and said, "Most importantly, there is a limit to how much we can improve in interstellar travel. The most important thing is still our strength. Only by fighting and taking risks can we improve our strength. Only the weak will be cowards. Perhaps everyone thinks that it is risky to appear here like this, but it is the safest way for us to grow quickly and avoid Di Jun. As for the Eternal Divine Race, to be honest, I don't see them as opponents. They will just be trouble for a short period of time." This was Long Chen's pride. 8 primordial god emperors. To other gods and demons, this was earth-shattering, but Long Chen had already reached the ultimate god king realm. The reason he came to God Fiend Bujo Mountain was to have the power to defeat the god emperors. This was his ultimate goal. He treated this place as a training ground. If he was afraid of Di Jun and the Eternal Divine Race, he would definitely not be able to advance. He did not have much time, and if he did not take risks, he would not have a future. This was his determination. Therefore, he came to God Fiend Bujo Mountain to race against time. This time, everyone understood and felt enlightened. Long Chen was right. Without battle there would be no experts. Taking risks here seemed stupid, but it was actually a gamble. Big brother, no matter what, we will fight with you. We are a family, and we will live and die together, Mo Xiaolang said seriously. Brother, me too, Yang Lingqing said anxiously. A family? That sounds so cool. I want to be a family too, even though I joined late. Hehe. Xueqi smiled cheekily. Ah, you finally agreed to follow me? Kitten was instantly excited. Damn, who said so? We are a family. If you don't follow me, how can we be a family? Damn you, I will strangle you to death. Xueqi put on a ferocious look. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged glances and smiled. In such a beautiful group, they were the big brothers and sisters, so they could understand the feelings between them. At the same time, this was a responsibility of Long Chen. They were the most important people in Long Chen's life. That's right, we will live and die together. He stretched out a palm, and everyone placed their palms on the back of his hand. One day, the few of us will change this world and restore it to its original beauty. Our names will shake the world. Long Chen's heart was burning with passion. This was a new beginning. A new battlefield. Haha. Everyone was filled with boundless passion. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Long Chen was really satisfied to have so many brothers and sisters in his life. Only Li Xuanji was left. He wondered how she was doing. When everyone was the happiest, Soyan said something rare. She said, "Didn't you say that whoever loses will?" So, she and Mo Xiaolang were the fastest and became first. Who said that? No, there is no such thing. Xueqi's face was red. She placed her hands on her waist and shouted. We all heard it. Lingxi pursed her lips and smiled. It was a very moving sight. Ah, what's the big deal? Sister Lingqing, come. Kitten scuttled out and said angrily, Heaven and earth, for celestial venerables, 5 saint emperors, Grandpa Cat won't allow it. If you want a kiss, let me do it. Yang Lingqing, I owe you a favor today. I will return it to you in the future. How about it? Yang Lingqing rolled her eyes. You are such a hooligan. I won't let you take advantage of Zhu Shi. Don't even think about it. The group of them were having fun, almost forgetting that this was Mount Buzhou. All these years they had lived like this. Chapter 28-27. Rumble. In the eastern sky, an incomparably resplendent golden sword light exploded, forming a sky full of swords that rained down. Each sword rain contained terrifying nomological power. Even though they were very far away, Long Chen and the others still felt a strong tremor. Although they were not within the range of the sword rain, the nomological suppression made it hard for Long Chen and the others to breathe. Come back. Long Chen instantly opened the Divine Nation and let Mo Xiaolang and the others in. That was because the commotion caused by the battle was simply too great. Although it was still very far away, Long Chen had already been flipped over. If it was a god king, it would definitely be impossible for him to do so. Clearly, only a godly emperor could do it. Although Long Chen was shocked, he was absolutely sure that this was the most terrifying battle he had ever seen in his life. Even on the god-fiend Buzhou mountain, the sky full of swords tore the space apart and caused a huge commotion. If this battle had happened on the Jianmu sacred tree, just the tremor alone would have been enough to shatter the Jianmu sacred tree. This was definitely a godly emperor. God realm of absolute beginning. A pinnacle existence among the divine spirits. As for why a godly emperor expert would be in the god king domain of the god-fiend Buzhou mountain, or even the god-lord domain, Long Chen did not need to dwell on this question. After all, a godly emperor could go anywhere. Little Shi, seal the boundary. He quickly made a decision. Leaving himself and Lingxi outside, he quickly dug a pit on the ground of the god-fiend Buzhou mountain and jumped in with Lingxi. Lingxi first formed an isolated boundary after a short period of preparation. The boundary could prevent people on the inside from sensing the inside, and also prevent people on the outside from sensing the inside. Everything was under Lingxi's control. Long Chen used the boundary because he was worried that a godly emperor expert would discover him. To him, who had the origin dragon palace, any godly emperor was absolutely dangerous. Moreover, a battle between deity emperors would definitely cause a huge commotion. It was likely that there would be countless experts watching. He was not familiar with the fiend god Buzhou mountain, so he had to be cautious. When the sealed realm was established, he and Lingxi used the 3 lives love thread to maintain the stability of the sealed realm and resist the terrifying suppression of law. Only then did he have the opportunity to see the sudden battle outside. The sealed realm was buried under the soil, but it didn't affect Long Chen from seeing the scene in the sky. After seeing it clearly, he knew that the sealed realm was the right choice. That was because the 2 divine emperors were approaching him. Once they got close, the aftermath of the battle would bring him great trouble, not to mention the large number of divine king spectators nearby. Who are these 2? Lingxi's pure eyes revealed traces of reverence. Everything she had came from God Emperor Ling Su, so she knew how terrifying God Emperors were. They were the absolute experts of the 10,000 worlds, ruling over billions of lives. Long Chen could vaguely see them. One of them was shrouded in golden brilliance, overbearing and vast. He wore a long golden robe, with long white hair and beard fluttering in the wind. His eyes were golden like fire, and he was extremely tall. Just his human form alone was about 3 meters tall. He was extremely burly and had great strength. The sword light just now was displayed by this golden-robed elder. What Long Chen noticed was that he actually had 2 creation divine weapons in his hands. These 2 creation divine weapons brought great pressure to Long Chen. Only the plain sword could give Long Chen such a terrifying feeling. Peerless divine weapons. If he was right, these 2 creation divine weapons were 6th grade primordial grade. Only divine emperors could control primordial grade creation divine weapons. For example, the epic sky demon's epic divine warship and divine emperor Ling Su's Ling Su dual swords were both creation divine weapons with more than an epoch of history. The golden-robed elder held a sword in his right hand. It was a huge sword, nearly 2 meters long. It was black and blood red, with a black center and a monstrous demonic chi. The blade was blood red and filled with murderous intent. This was a demonic sword. When it was waved, there seemed to be tens of thousands of souls roaring at the same time. One could vaguely see that there were more than 100,000 divine demons on the blade. Every time he waved the sword, there would probably be 100,000 rules exploding, forming a murderous spirit that could destroy the world. This sword had a demonic nature and the power of slaughter and destruction. The plain sword had Godslayer's sword chi, which was similarly good at destruction. However, it was not as sharp and ruthless as this sword. The blood aura of 100,000 divine demons condensed on the sword was truly terrifying. If one became the sword's enemy, they would be directly destroyed if their willpower was lacking. Upon seeing this sword, Long Chen's eyes lit up. This sword is a primordial grade creation divine weapon. It suits me very well. Unfortunately, it has a divine emperor as its owner. Furthermore, it might not be a primordial realm godly monarch. Long Chen could only sigh. He cast his gaze on the golden-robed divine emperor's other creation divine weapon. The shock he felt was no less than when he saw the sword. It was a bronze pagoda. It was bronze in color and had a total of 9 levels. Each level had 4 bronze bells hanging on it. The pagoda looked extremely ancient and even rusted. However, when it was activated, one could vaguely see 100,000 divine demons in the 9-level pagoda. They were dressed in the same bronze armor, exuding a majestic aura and boundless bravery. The 100,000 divine demons seemed to be the creation heroic spirits of the pagoda as they chanted an incomprehensible divine language battle song. The heavy sword had peerless offensive power, while the bronze pagoda had terrifying suppressive powers. The pagoda had godliness. That was the difference between the 2. The divine demon army in the sword had a black fiendish aura and a blood-colored killing aura. Without exception, they were all demon spirits. As for the bronze army in the pagoda, they were all boundless. They were likely god spirits. 100,000 demon spirits and 100,000 god spirits. It was obvious how terrifying they were. The Lingsu twin swords were Chaos Essence grade creation divine weapons respectively. When used together, their power could be considered top-notch among Chaos Essence grade creation divine weapons. As for the sword and pagoda, they were Chaos Essence grade creation divine weapons respectively. When used together, their power would naturally be heaven-defying. That was why the golden-robed divine emperor was so terrifying. If not for the fact that Long Chen was familiar with Di Jun's laws, he would have thought that the golden-robed divine emperor was Di Jun. Fortunately, he wasn't. Looking at the divine emperor, Long Chen was most envious of his creation divine weapon. However, since the golden-robed divine emperor could contend with him, his opponent was clearly not simple. But what shocked Long Chen the most was that he did not see the golden-robed divine emperor's opponent from beginning to end. Naturally, such an opponent existed. For example, when the golden-robed divine emperor fought, the suppression of the pagoda and the killing of the demon swords would be blocked and suddenly disappear. However, even though Long Chen and Lingxi couldn't see his opponent, they could completely feel his existence. Who is this person? We actually ignored him. It was not easy for Lingxi to stabilize the sealed realm in this battlefield. He is likely stronger than the golden-robed divine emperor. We have to stabilize the sealed realm or else we might be accidentally killed. That golden-robed divine emperor is at least at the peak of the god realm of absolute beginning, Long Chen said cautiously. If not for this, the golden-robed divine emperor wouldn't be sweating profusely. It was very strange. Even if one's concealment skill was very strong, during battle, laws, attacks, and so on, there would be movement. The mysterious opponent was naturally fighting, but even if it was an attack, it was invisible. Only the huge pit that suddenly appeared on the ground could tell that the other person was also attacking. It is very similar to the Wu Mo we encountered before. However, the Wu Mo is far from this strong. Lingxi's white forehead was covered in sweat. Yes, Long Chen indeed felt it. At this moment, the golden-robed divine emperor shouted angrily, "If you continue to hide, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone on God-fiend Buzhou Mountain wants to break through their shackles. That's why they came here to cultivate and fight. They are all upright people. There is no such person like you who hides." This angry roar traveled far. The commotion caused by the battle was too great. Without looking at Long Chen, he knew that there were a large number of god kings and even god emperors coming over. Long Chen was currently the closest to the battlefield. He was probably surrounded by these people. Of course, they didn't have the guts to approach. The sword pagodas continued to fight. Every time the golden-robed divine emperor attacked, it was earth-shattering, making Long Chen tremble with fear. He had to fully cooperate with Lingxi to ensure that the sealed realm wouldn't be torn apart. To be honest, he was too close to the battlefield, but he couldn't move. Under this storm, Lingxi couldn't even use stellar transposition normally. Once she was discovered and implicated, it would be troublesome. "You are the immortal elder of the 3 islands and 10 continents, Great Emperor Dong Hua." At this time, the mysterious person finally spoke. His voice was very ordinary, and no one could tell who he was. "That's right, it's me, the golden-robed elder, the divine emperor known as Great Emperor Dong Hua," said. "I'm going to kill you." The mysterious person was so arrogant. After saying this, he didn't say anything else. However, his attacks became more violent. They were completely silent, formless, and colorless. Facing such attacks, Great Emperor Dong Hua was furious but helpless. Before long, he was sweating profusely. "Scoundrel, you don't even dare to say your name. What face do you have to be my opponent?" Great Emperor Dong Hua's voice rumbled again, shaking the sealed realm. In order to prevent Lingxi from getting hurt, Long Chen withstood most of the power. Now, the two masters had actually come directly above Long Chen. The intensity of the battle couldn't be described in words. Anyway, from this moment on, Long Chen couldn't see anything. The sky was completely shrouded by the rules of Great Emperor Dong Hua. It was already quite good that Long Chen could still defend the sealed realm. "Who wins and who loses?" Lingxi asked with a trembling voice. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle directly above. It was very tragic to be involved here. His luck was simply too bad, but he didn't care for it for now. He was more shocked by the power of the rules of the 2 divine emperors. This was the first time he saw the real rules of the divine emperors. To be honest, he once again felt the mystery of the path of cultivation. This battle had opened a new door for him. It's possible. The immortal elder of the 3 islands and 10 continents, Great Emperor Dong Hua, will die in battle, Long Chen murmured. Chapter 28-28. This battle must have alarmed the entire divine demon Buzhou Mountain. If this battle had taken place in the divine emperor region, it might have been stopped by now. Of course, this was not necessarily the case. If it had been a normal battle, there wouldn't have been many people stopping it unless they were friends of both sides. Obviously, The invisible mysterious person was trying to assassinate Great Emperor Donghua. That was why Great Emperor Donghua didn't know who this person was. But now, it happened in the Divine King region, and in the part of the Divine King region near the Divine Lord region. It would take a long time for the God Realm experts of the Absolute Beginning to arrive here. As for the Divine Kings, although they had arrived, they only dared to watch from the periphery. They didn't dare to approach. Tianjing Xue, who had just left Long Chen's position, hadn't left yet. She was also among the onlookers. This battle happened to be where I fought with Yang Chen. With such a big commotion, it would be great if they were accidentally killed. Tianjing Xue gritted her teeth in hatred. In fact, Lingxi was already having a hard time resisting. Even with Long Chen's help, she was already sweating profusely. If there had been a direct attack against the sealed realm, it would have been broken. Has the winner been decided yet? Lingxi said with difficulty. Long Chen cherished her very much. After this battle between the divine emperors, he had a new understanding. He was not strong enough yet, but everything was imminent. What he was about to do now was the most important move in his life. Probably soon. Through the sealed realm, Long Chen could vaguely see the majestic battle. In the endless black fog, the black and blood-colored sword radiance filled the sky. The ancient bronze pagoda vaguely appeared, emitting a mighty battle song. Even the sound had a strong suppressive effect. To be honest, it was the existence of the ancient bronze pagoda that suppressed Lingxi. That was why she couldn't complete the Big Dipper position. If it weren't for Long Chen's will and endless power, the sealed realm would have dissipated long ago. Great Emperor Donghua snorted. The sword and the pagoda both paused. Who are you? At this moment, the entire fiend god Buzhou mountain was probably reverberating with the unwilling roar of Donghua the Great Emperor, which contained too much unwillingness and anger. Such an expert, yet he still hides his head and shows his tail. Shameful. Laughable. No matter how Donghua the Great Emperor roared, the other party did not answer him and did not show up from the beginning to the end. Towards the end, it was clear that the mysterious man's attacks were even fiercer. Donghua the Great Emperor spilled a lot of blood rain in the battle, which fell to the ground. When he heard the last three screams of Donghua the Great Emperor, Long Chen was horrified. His vision broke through the thick fog, and he could roughly see that at this moment, Donghua the Great Emperor was seriously injured. Obviously, he was going to be defeated, or even killed. Scoundrel, I will not let you go. Donghua the Great Emperor was probably ready to escape, but Long Chen knew in his heart that he probably couldn't escape anymore. Sure enough, at this moment, there was an unprecedented tremor in the sky. Suddenly, countless space cracked, and the sword aura and the pagoda that filled the sky suddenly dissipated. At this moment, with the last cry of despair from Donghua the Great Emperor, the battle was over. At this time, the two peerless cultivators could be said to be above Long Chen's head. Long Chen could clearly see that the golden-robed God Emperor disappeared in front of his eyes, turned into flying ashes, swept up by the black fog of fiend god Buzhou mountain, and disappeared in an instant. Long Chen could still vaguely hear his desperate roar. When he saw this scene, he knew that Donghua the Great Emperor was not only defeated, but also dead. A God Emperor had fallen. This was a first-class super event between heaven and earth, among the myriad realms. Even in a place like fiend god Buzhou mountain, where battles and killings were the most frequent, it was still quite rare to see a God Realm expert of the Taichu God Realm fall. At the level of God Emperor, no matter what, they had the means of rebirth. Even if only a trace of them was left, they could still make a comeback. However, it was very likely that all traces of Donghua the Great Emperor had been erased. He was completely dead. It was rare to see one in millions of years. If a God Emperor could die so easily, there would not be so many people working hard to become a God Emperor on Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. To really die, unless the opponent of a God Emperor was far stronger than him, there was no way to kill an opponent of the same level, no matter what the situation was. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious man did not show his true face. Long Chen had guessed this scene from the beginning. At the beginning of the battle, Donghua the Great Emperor was in a passive position, completely restrained by the mysterious man. Although he could not see the details of the battle, it was obvious that the mysterious man was much stronger. It was not until Donghua the Great Emperor was reduced to ashes that Long Chen vaguely saw a black shadow. The black shadow actually left directly, swaggering away, disappearing into the thick black fog, completely ignoring the things left behind by Donghua the Great Emperor. Rumble. There were 2 sounds in total. The black blood-colored giant sword that was nearly 2 meters long and the ancient bronze pagoda fell from the sky, smashing right in front of Long Chen. The landing of these 2 mixed energy-level fate divine weapons caused a strong vibration around Long Chen. Without the support of Donghua the Great Emperor, the light of the 2 fate divine weapons dimmed, appearing simple and heavy. Long Chen and Lingxi were stunned. Killing and robbing was a very common thing. These 2 mixed energy-level fate divine weapons were simply the most precious things of Donghua the Great Emperor. Long Chen originally thought that the mysterious man's goal was them, but after Donghua the Great Emperor was reduced to ashes, the mysterious man left directly without leaving a trace, leaving the 2 fate divine weapons here. Even the mixed energy-level fate divine weapons were not worthy of his attention. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Even if Long Chen encountered a dream-level fate divine weapon now, he would put it away and throw it into the divine kingdom. There would always be a suitable partner. Now, these 2 fate divine weapons were placed in front of him. The mysterious man left. There were many god kings around. They did not know the situation well and did not see that the mysterious man had left. Otherwise, if they came forward and saw the 2 fate divine weapons of Donghua the Great Emperor, they would definitely fight over them. Almost all the strongest god kings of the myriad worlds were gathered here, and it would be difficult for Long Chen to get any advantage. Chen. Lingxi became nervous, and her breathing became a little rapid. The treasures were at his feet. Although Donghua the Great Emperor had fallen, the mixed energy-level fate divine weapons were not so easy to deal with. If Long Chen wanted to take these 2 fate divine weapons away, he would have to spend a lot of effort. It was very likely that he would not be able to take them, and it would lead to a fatal disaster. An opportunity was also a terrible crisis at the same time. As for how to decide, it was up to Long Chen himself. What was certain was that the mysterious man had left. Although the god kings did not know yet, they also guessed that Donghua the Great Emperor had fallen, and it would not be long before they rushed over. Most of the mixed energy-level fate divine weapons could only be used by god emperors. For the current Long Chen, it was indeed a very big challenge to master them. It would be fine if there was enough time, but the problem was that there was no time at all. If there are no god emperors around, it seems that I have to fight, little she. Long Chen made up his mind. The fate divine weapons were intelligent. If they rejected him, then he had to subdue them before he could touch them. Long Chen let Lingxi remove the sealed boundary and let her go back to the god nation to rest. Without saying a word, he landed in front of the 2 fate divine weapons. First there was the huge sword. It was black and blood-red in color. Although it had lost its luster due to the lack of energy, the strong killing intent it exuded still made Long Chen's heart tremble. The bronze pagoda was the same. Although it was not as ruthless and powerful as the huge sword, it was more dignified and domineering. Combined with the Destiny Heavenly Eye, it would probably be able to form an even more terrifying suppression. In the sword, there were 100,000 demon soldiers, the fate heroic spirits. In the pagoda, there were 100,000 divine soldiers, the fate heroic spirits. This is my fate divine weapon, the divine sword demon pagoda. Suddenly, a low roar sounded in Long Chen's ears. This was the voice of Great Emperor Donghua. Long Chen was naturally shocked, but he quickly recovered and said respectfully, "Senior, you are not dead yet?" Great Emperor Donghua was not around. But his voice sounded again, "It is already too late. Since you happen to be here, it can be said that we are fated. You may have seen that I died very sullenly. I didn't even know who my opponent was. Child, I want to make a deal with you." "Senior, please speak," said Long Chen. Great Emperor Donghua said, "It is very simple. You can hide here without us knowing, so your strength must be good. But I am afraid that it will be difficult for you to control the divine sword demon pagoda in a short time. I can help you control these 2 fate divine weapons. What you need to do is to help me find the murderer. If there is hope in the future, avenge me." It was a very simple logic. He said that this was fate. He happened to fall on top of Long Chen's head. Now that he left the divine sword demon pagoda behind, it was of no use to him, so he could only ask Long Chen to help him fulfill this wish. "Yes, I will do what I say." Long Chen almost did not have any hesitation. The reason was very simple. Among his opponents, there were already 8 Shen Huang and people like Di Jun. If there was another mysterious person, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, Great Emperor Donghua did not set a time limit. Long Chen could wait until he reached a very high plane and had enough strength to help him find out the truth. He agreed too quickly, but Great Emperor Donghua still laughed and said, "It seems that you are a very bold person. To be honest, after you get the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda, you can completely ignore this deal. Anyway, I can't do anything to you. As for what you do, it depends on your heart." Naturally, Long Chen would not let a dying man down in this kind of thing. "Senior, don't worry." Chapter 28-29. Right now, he was just a lingering spirit. Before long, even his last bit of consciousness would disappear from this world. It was not easy for a god emperor to cultivate to this point. Long Chen indeed felt sorry for him. He also believed in fate, which was related to karma and fate. He had always valued repaying favors. Today, the other party gave him the Divine Sword Devil Tower. Even if Donghua the Great Emperor did not say it, he would still do something for him. "You put me at ease, so I won't waste any more time. I am the 3-10 Continent Celestial Elder, Donghua the Great Emperor, also known as the Donghua Divine Emperor. This is the divine artifact of creation that I have held for more than 10 million years, the Divine Sword Devil Tower. It has a long history, and the full name of the sword is God-Slaying Sword." Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned. This monstrous demonic aura sword was also called the God-Slaying Sword. He knew in his heart that Xue Lanyan's sword's real name was Emperor Xueqi Hell Sword. The God-Slaying Sword was just a name given to it by later generations. That sword had once slain a god, hence its name. The demonic sword in front of him was probably the true God-Slaying Sword. The God-Slaying Sword was forged from the corporeal bodies of 100,000 devil spirits. These 100,000 devil spirits were created as heroic spirits, possessing a terrifying baleful aura. When it strikes, it also contains the laws of the 100,000 devil spirits, capable of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. Its might is boundless, and the demonic aura and baleful aura within it are something that deities cannot avoid. If they are injured by it, the demonic aura will enter their body, causing great damage. Hence it is called the God-Slaying Sword. On the God-Slaying Sword, there were 100,000 demon spirits. No wonder this clearly demonic sword was called the Divine Sword Devil Pagoda. So it was just the abbreviation of the God-Slaying Sword. This is the Devil-Suppressing Pagoda, created by the creator of the Devil-Suppressing Pagoda by slaughtering 100,000 godly spirits and using their nascent divinities to forge it. Among those 100,000 godly spirits, there are good fortune heroic spirits that possess heaven-toppling god power and boundless divine might. Furthermore, there are also the laws of the 100,000 godly spirits that can suppress heaven and earth. Beneath the Devil-Suppressing Pagoda, not even gods or devils can move. These two good fortune divine items have been with me for countless years, and are my most important treasures. Today I give them to you. Divine Sword Demonic Tower. God-Slaying Sword. Demon-Subduing Pagoda. The sword in his right hand, slaughter. Left hand pagoda, suppress. It was perfect. Long Chen was slightly excited. His communication with Donghua the Great Emperor was straightforward and direct. After a brief introduction to Long Chen, Donghua the Great Emperor said, "Your power leans towards demonic nature. Let's start with the God-Slaying Sword. I will lend you a hand." "Thank you, Senior." Great Emperor Donghua also knew that time was running out. Long Chen had to recover these two divine weapons in a very short time and leave this place quickly to ensure his own safety. Therefore, he did not waste any time at all. At this moment, his gaze landed on the giant god-slaying sword that was close to 2 meters long. This was a monstrous demonic sword that was filled with murderous intent and had the will of 100,000 demonic spirits. Without saying a word, Long Chen mobilized all the power in his body and reached out to hold the hilt of the god-slaying sword. In an instant, the god-slaying sword, which was black in the center and blood-red in the blade, began to vibrate. The divine power of creation and the spiritual will of 100,000 demonic spirits rushed towards Long Chen at the same time. In terms of divine power of creation, the divine power of creation of the divine weapon at the level of chaotic element completely suppressed Long Chen's divine power. In terms of spiritual attack, Long Chen instantly entered a world of blood and black. Below him, the sea of blood was surging, and the sky was filled with black fog. Blood chi and demonic aura tumbled endlessly. All of a sudden, a deafening roar was heard. 100,000 demonic spirits wearing black demonic armor with blood-red eyes and long hair rushed out of the sea of blood and black fog. At this moment, they surrounded Long Chen. Each of these 100,000 demonic spirits held a god-slaying sword, and their murderous intent filled the sky. They brought unimaginable danger to Long Chen. Kill! In an instant, 100,000 demonic soldiers brandished their god-slaying swords and attacked Long Chen in the center with all kinds of rules. Long Chen was here to challenge the god-slaying sword. Of course, he had to endure this test. It wasn't just a battle of creation divine power. More importantly, it was a battle of spiritual will. Rumble. Long Chen didn't stop for a moment. He immediately transformed into the void cosmic dragon. When the 100,000 demonic soldiers attacked, he used the rules of the time storm. Under the cover of the time storm, most of the demonic soldiers were blown away. Chaotic time C. Even so, he still couldn't stop the charge of 100,000 demonic soldiers. He could only use the chaotic time C to slow them down. However, this wasn't the solution. Long Chen thought of another move. He quickly transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon. In terms of ferocity, the primordial blood spiritual dragon was naturally the ancestor. This was the Blood Sea, a place where the primordial blood spiritual dragon roamed. When this divine dragon appeared, even the 100,000 demonic soldiers were frightened by its power. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to use the soul of the blood-weeping dragon. Rumble. 1,000,000 divine dragons flew out. Every 10 of them dealt with one demonic soldier. Long Chen was originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Now he had the upper hand. Are you a human or a demon? Great Emperor Donghua's voice sounded again. He appeared on the battlefield. He was still the golden-robed elder. He watched as Long Chen fought with the 100,000 demonic soldiers. Obviously, although Long Chen had more slaughter little dragons, the demonic soldiers were stronger. Although Long Chen could temporarily hold them back, it might take a long hard battle in the future to completely subdue this god-slaying sword. By then, those god kings would have rushed up and cut him into pieces. Let me lend you a hand, Yi Zichen said. Great Emperor Donghua made his move. Indeed, without him, Long Chen could not succeed in a short time. Everyone, he is the new wielder I found for you. He is fated to be with me. I believe that he can truly make use of your value. Old friends, please believe me. Great Emperor Donghua's so-called help was actually a kind word. But it was very effective. After all, he was the previous master. He had held the divine sword and the devil tower for too long. He had long become one with the 100,000 demonic soldiers. If there is a chance, you can test him well. But now time is running out. I hope you can believe me. I, Donghua, will die without regrets. Great Emperor Donghua said again in the midst of the battle. In fact, Long Chen was now locked in battle with the 100,000 demonic soldiers. Although he could not crush the demonic soldiers, at least he was able to hold them back. This showed that he was different, especially the temperament of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, which subtly suppressed them in terms of killing intent. On one hand, it was Great Emperor Donghua's request. On the other hand, Long Chen himself had a strong aura. So when the conditions were right, success would follow. After fighting for a while, the 100,000 demonic soldiers retreated. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The creation divine power that was fighting against him suddenly began to merge with his primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation source power. This meant that he had successfully subdued the god-slaying sword at the mixed yuan level. He had succeeded. This speed was mostly due to Great Emperor Donghua's efforts. And the demon subduing pagoda. He held the god-slaying sword in one hand. This sword provided Long Chen with strong power. When he held the demon-subduing pagoda, he was suddenly imprisoned in the demon-subduing pagoda. This was a glorious world. The deities were wearing bronze divine armor, and their divine power was vast. They surrounded him. Without saying anything, Long Chen transformed into the divine path heart-refining dragon. This was a dragon with divinity, and it could suppress these deities. He had used the divine prison of swords and sabers, the sword of karma, and the power of heavenly punishment. In addition, the god-slaying sword had been subdued. With the help of Great Emperor Donghua, it could be said that success came naturally. Just like that, he controlled the demon-subduing pagoda. "Greetings, my lord." 100,000 deities half knelt on the ground. Long Chen subdued the god-slaying sword and the demon-subduing pagoda. He quickly packed them up and placed them in his god nation. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Time was very tight. Seeing that the other divine kings were about to arrive, Long Chen hurried into the black fog and was ready to leave. At this moment, he could only be described as terrified. "Child, you still haven't told me your name." Great Emperor Donghua's voice had aged a lot, and it was also a lot dimmer. Long Chen felt sorry for him. "My name is Long Chen." Long Chen did not hide anything from him. "I'll remember you. Remember our deal." He could not help but remind him again. "Senior, this is not a deal. You gave me such a precious gift, so I naturally have to repay you. Of course it may take some time. I am not that person's match now." Great Emperor Donghua was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "It's rare to meet such a well-behaved person like you. It seems that I have no regrets even if I die. All right, I believe you. Then I'm leaving." After saying the last 3 words, Long Chen did not hear his voice anymore. He really left, truly vanished into thin air. How pitiful. Seeing him leave like that, the girls in the God Nation felt it was a pity. From their short interaction, they could tell that this great Emperor Donghua was a good person. Even the God Emperor was assassinated without reason. It was really strange. Who is that mysterious person? Everyone was curious. Of course, their understanding of the infinite worlds was too little. Soon, they quieted down. Although Demon God Buzhou Mountain was equivalent to an original incipient realm world, which suppressed many senses, when there were too many divine kings around, Long Chen could still feel it. In just a short time, he felt a lot of threats. It seemed that those divine kings already knew that the battle was over, and that the mysterious person had left. That was why they dared to come up and watch. Long Chen let Lingxi out, and then he directly used the revolving star transference to move outside, away from the core region. At this position, behind him was the battlefield from before. There were many god kings in the surroundings, and they were currently heading towards where they had been previously. As Long Chen was about to leave, a divine king suddenly rushed into his field of vision. If he ran out at this time, he would not be in the same line of sight as everyone else. He would definitely be suspected. So, he faced the core area and headed there like all the other divine kings. That way he could deceive others. That divine king stopped beside him, glanced at Long Chen and said, "Who are you? You are just a divine king. You dare to watch the battle of the God Emperor? You are seeking death." Chapter 28:30. It seemed that walking alone in the God King region was indeed an eyesore. After all, everyone here were God monarchs. How could a divine lord have the guts to wander around the God monarch region? Places outside the God fiend battlefield were hunting grounds. The weak were prey, so how could mere prey dare to wander around? It was easy to be suspicious, and it was easy to get into trouble. This God King reminded Long Chen. However, the other party was too lazy to care about him. He had risked his life to come here. At this time, the battle between Donghua Great Emperor and the mysterious man had already ended, and the situation was unclear. Although he was just here to watch the show, one side might be seriously injured, and there might be something left behind. Of course, the news of Donghua Great Emperor's death would spread sooner or later. The God King had just walked a few steps when he saw Long Chen standing there. He sized up Long Chen for a while and said doubtfully, "You are alone, a mere divine lord. This is the battlefield of divine emperors. You really dare to come? Are you not afraid of death?" The battlefield of divine emperors. May I ask if the golden-robed elder from before is very famous? Long Chen still did not know much about Donghua Great Emperor, so he asked casually. The other party couldn't help but laugh. "You even know Donghua the Great Emperor? You must be new here." No wonder the divine emperor dared to barge in here. Donghua the Great Emperor is the only ruler of the divine court of the 3 islands and 10 continents, one of the myriad realms. He rules a world, and it's a world at the mixed prime level. He is very famous on Mount Buzhou, and he has already completed the god realm of absolute beginning. You don't even know this, and you still dare to barge in. To be honest, He was just a great perfection God King. No matter what happened to Donghua Great Emperor or what he left behind, it was not his turn. Therefore, he just came to watch the show. Now that he saw Long Chen, he was even more curious about Long Chen. Kid, you don't need to go to the God King region. Be my follower. I am a great perfection God King. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He wanted to get more information out of this guy, but the other party's overbearing attitude was a little disgusting. However, since the other party had started the trouble, Long Chen had to deal with it. Before that God Monarch could say anything else, Long Chen activated the Destiny Heavenly Eye in his left eye and the Heart Wish Eye in his right eye at the same time. These two types of laws instantly took control of that God Monarch. Kneel. Under Long Chen's suppression, the God King couldn't control his body at all. He knelt on the ground, trembling. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen in shock. His body trembled and he couldn't say a single word. Right now, Long Chen was like a God King in front of him, completely suppressing him. I know. The person who fought with Great Emperor Donghua was you, the man said with a trembling voice. You've overestimated me. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected that just scaring the God King would scare him to such a horrifying degree. If that's the case, you still have the right to make me your follower. Remember, don't provoke me. You will regret it. Long Chen removed the two types of laws and instantly vanished before the God King's eyes. He left the God King trembling on the ground with a pale face. It must be him. It's very likely to be him. If he isn't a God King, how can he control me with a single glance? How can an ordinary God King do that? But, if I report this matter to the Heavenly Region Alliance, will he kill me? Tens of thousands of meters away, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were moving together. Mo Xiaolang was at least a primordial realm God King. This way, although their team looked weaker, at least it wouldn't be so strange. Looking back in the direction from before, there were already many God Kings gathered there. It wouldn't be long before God Kings appeared. He hadn't completely controlled the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda, so it was possible that a God King would discover some clues. Therefore, it was best to leave this place as soon as possible. Therefore, he and Mo Xiaolang headed into the distance. He had to reconsider his next step. In any case, he had chanced upon such a suitable divine armament. Unfortunately, it would be somewhat troublesome to use it for the time being. The death of Donghua the Great Emperor would definitely bring about some trouble. He wasn't in a hurry. Big brother, this god-fiend Buzhou mountain seems to be filled with turbulent undercurrents. Yes, that's why it's best to be careful. Raising our strength is our priority. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head. As he hurried along, he looked in the direction of the previous battlefield. His expression changed drastically, and he was momentarily lost. Seeing his solemn expression, Mo Xiaolang asked softly, "Did you discover anything?" Long Chen was in disbelief. However, that feeling just now couldn't fool him. It was a feeling of being connected by blood. It was as though another part of his body was nearby. At that moment, the resonance of his blood and the stirring of his heart felt so real. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. Long Chen took a deep breath and looked in that direction in a daze. That feeling just now seemed to have vanished. He said, "It seems. Xuanji is where we were just now. How could she be here?" Mo Xiaolang was in disbelief. This was God-fiend Buzhou Mountain. Li Xuanji had wandered with the remnant soul of her master, the Dark Goddess. When she left, she hadn't even become a god yet. How could she be here? This god-fiend Buzhou Mountain was rather far away, and Li Xuanji didn't have such a good foundation and opportunities as they did. Ask her. Your feeling can't be wrong, Lingxi said gently. To be honest, she was also worried that Li Xuanji would be wandering alone in the vast starry sky. It must be tough. She and Long Chen were telepathically connected, but they had never contacted each other. This indifferent woman would only be hot-blooded when she was by Long Chen's side. Okay. Although it had been many years since he could summon the courage to call out to her in his heart, to call out to the other half of this body, now that he had this wondrous feeling, Long Chen naturally wouldn't suppress it. She was a good woman that he couldn't let down. So he took a deep breath and called out her name in his heart. This was the first time he had done this. Long Chen trembled a little. Xuanji. He called out softly. Very quickly, the other party responded. It was as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although it was just a voice, it was as shaky as Long Chen's. One could imagine how emotional she would be when she heard this voice. It had been a long time. Familiar, her voice. Scenes of the past flashed past his mind. All the times they had spent together flashed before his eyes. Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Are you at God-fiend Buzhou Mountain?" He was sure that he would definitely get an affirmative answer. But this time, the answer that was supposed to come didn't appear for a long time. She didn't reply to Long Chen anymore. It was as though she had completely disappeared. Long Chen waited for a long time, but he didn't hear her voice. "Why aren't you answering me?" Long Chen was stunned. What exactly happened? Why was there no follow-up to her surprised response? Ever since Long Chen mentioned the fiend god Buzhou Mountain, there had been no news from her. "Xuanji, you're at God Fiend Buzhou Mountain, right?" Long Chen's mind was blank. He asked a few questions consecutively but didn't get an answer. It was as though the other party had completely disappeared. This made him more and more frustrated and he couldn't calm down. Why wasn't she answering him? Could it be that something had happened to her? It took Long Chen a long time to calm down. "No matter where you are, no matter what happened, I will find you." Since she didn't want to answer, Long Chen wouldn't force her. This was his determination and his promise. He had already confirmed that she was here. It was just that for some reason, she couldn't answer him. "All right." Unexpectedly, when Long Chen said the last sentence, she replied with a single word. It was very simple and reassuring. The fact that he could get her answer again proved that she still remembered him. There was no need to say anything else. After it ended, Long Chen calmed himself down. "Let's go find her. So many of us are here. She's the only one left." Lingxi was the kindest. She couldn't bear to see Li Xuanji wandering outside alone. "We're a family. She's the only one left." It wasn't just Lingxi. The others also said the same. In that case, Long Chen didn't have any scruples. She must have her own difficulties. Long Chen naturally couldn't bear to see her suffer. "I didn't take the initiative to look for her. It was my biggest mistake. Fortunately, I came to this god-fiend Buzhou Mountain and met her. I hope I can make up for my mistake." Long Chen took a deep breath. "Let's go back," Mo Xiaolang asked. Perhaps Li Xuanji was there. Of course that was also where many godly kings were. No. Long Chen shook his head. She didn't explain it clearly to him. It meant that it wasn't a suitable place to meet. Long Chen still had some sense of propriety. What he needed the most now was to familiarize himself with God-fiend Buzhou Mountain. She will definitely return to the God-fiend battlefield. It's not convenient to meet here. Then, we will meet her in the God-fiend battlefield. First we have to understand what the God-fiend battlefield is like. How strong are the experts on the godly king list, and whether I can deal with them. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was burning with passion and passion. Everyone felt the same way. From today onwards, their mission and belief had become to find Li Xuanji. This was the most important thing. She must have experienced many hardships. Long Chen told himself countless times in his heart that from today onwards, he couldn't let her wander alone. He couldn't let her do as she pleased. Chapter 28:31. After encountering her on Mount Buzhou, Long Chen could not find peace in his heart. At first, the purpose of coming here was to escape, to fight, and to become stronger. But now, the most important purpose was to take her away so that she would no longer wander alone and return to her big family. This was her personality. She always traveled alone and shouldered everything. Just like when she went to the eternal sacred realm on her own, even earlier than Long Chen and the others. And now, she came to the infinite realms earlier than Long Chen and experienced the vast infinite realms. Last time, Long Chen let her go. This time, he would not make such a mistake again. If he did not fight for it, there would always be regrets. Li Xuanji was like a piece of flesh and blood in his body that could never be cut off. She was a part of him. He could not forget this flesh and blood, let alone ignore her disappearance. Now, Long Chen wanted to meet her again, just like he wanted to breathe. He and Mo Xiaolang embarked on a new journey together. They followed the original direction that Tian Jingxue had gone. It had been half a month since Great Emperor Donghua died in battle. During this time, Long Chen and the Divine Sword Demon Tower had made a good study of each other. With the help of Great Emperor Donghua, even if his power was not enough, he could barely control this Divine Sword Demon Tower at the Origin Realm. This was a creation divine weapon that could only be controlled by a God Emperor. When Long Chen could unleash its full power, even if he had not become a God Emperor, he could still terrify God Emperors. To be honest, even the God Emperors of the God Realm of Absolute Beginning would want to snatch such a divine weapon. That day, Long Chen was too lucky to be able to control it. The news of Great Emperor Donghua's death in battle had probably already spread throughout Mount Buzhou. During the battle, there were not many people near, so for the time being, no one knew that the Divine Sword Demon Tower had fallen into Long Chen's hands. After all, it was quite normal for cultivators to take away Great Emperor Donghua's creation divine weapon after defeating him. In everyone's eyes, Great Emperor Donghua had already been reduced to ashes. Xuanji will definitely return to the battlefield of gods and demons. We have to go there. Hopefully, we can understand what happened to her there. Long Chen had already made up his mind. But the battlefield of gods and demons was definitely not a place to go rashly. So he and Mo Xiaolang moved forward while looking for some friendly people to talk to. In the process, they met several god emperors. But as soon as they saw the combination of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they attacked. Outside the battlefield of gods and demons, it is indeed a hunting ground. As long as they discover us, they can attack and kill us regardless of the reason. Every move is fatal. Long Chen had seen it for himself. In other places, there had to be a reason to attack. Here there was no need at all. If they did not attack directly, they would just flee. All the god emperors were alternating between the roles of hunter and prey. Those unfriendly god emperors were also difficult to communicate with after being defeated. If they were to lead the way, the result would probably be the same as Tian Jingshue's. Long Chen maintained a cautious attitude until he met this person in front of him. It seems to be the mouth of gods and demons in front of us. Mo Xiaolang could already see that the black fog in front of him formed a black pillar that reached the sky. Large amounts of black fog were being sucked into Mount Buzhou. The black fog in the sky formed a huge vortex, which was quite a spectacular sight. This mouth of gods and demons is really strange. Oh, there seems to be someone in the mouth of gods and demons. Long Chen could see that within the black pillar, there seemed to be a god. He was flying up and down, screaming in pain. He struggled with all his might, constantly calling for help. Let's go take a look. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the mouth of gods and demons. Amidst the frenzied sucking, a god king was already very close to the mouth of gods and demons. If Long Chen and the rest had arrived just a little later, he would have been swallowed into the mouth of gods and turned to dust. To anyone on Mount Buzhou, being swallowed into the mouth of gods and demons was a rather terrifying thing. It was a supreme nightmare. One could tell just by looking at that guy's screams. Lingxi was still researching the next heavenly rule spiritual art, so Long Chen did not bother her. Without a second word, he charged into the range of the mouth of gods and demons. In an instant, a violent devouring force acted on Long Chen's body. Boom! Long Chen broke through the suction force and arrived in front of that god king with much difficulty. At this moment, the two of them were in the mouth of the demonic god. Long Chen forcefully dragged that guy out, allowing him to escape from the fate of being devoured. This entire process could be said to be extremely dangerous, causing one's scalp to go numb. That god king was like a drowning man, clutching onto Long Chen tightly while wailing out in pain. He was so scared that he nearly lost control of his bladder. This mouth of gods and demons. At that moment, Long Chen lowered his head and looked into the depths of the mouth of the demonic god. It was endless darkness, but there was a terrifying aura surrounding it. It was like the mouth of the demonic god Buzhou Mountain, like one of the countless mouths of the mountain. However, this devouring feeling made Long Chen think of the sky-devouring clan. Mount Buzhou has existed for far too long, and is a heavenly pillar that holds up the world. It shouldn't have anything to do with the sky-devouring race. I might have been overthinking. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He dragged the octopus-like god king and charged out of the mouth of gods and demons. After they left the mouth of gods and demons, the mouth of gods and demons slowly closed up, and the huge formation disappeared. The world returned to its usual calm, as though nothing had happened. Long Chen threw the God King to the ground. "Father, Mother, I almost lost my life." The God King was still pale from fright, and his body was trembling as he cried. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stood in front of him. Upon a closer look, this should be a tall and fat divine king. He had a fat head and big ears, a swollen abdomen, and small eyes that narrowed into slits. He looked very kind. Even though he was a divine king, he still had such a body shape. This was actually not because he was fat, but because of the characteristics of his race. "Stop shouting, the mouth of gods and demons has already closed," Long Chen said. The fat God King's eyes widened, and he looked at Long Chen. He immediately jumped up, half kneeling in front of Long Chen, and said with a sobbing tone, "Thank you for saving my life. I am Breezy God King. My friends call me Old Pig. May I ask for your name? You saved my life. I will definitely repay you." Breezy. This name did not match his body shape at all. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The nickname Old Pig suited him quite well. At this point, Breezy God King raised his head in shock, and looked at Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen had just saved him, but now that he looked closely, why was Long Chen a God King? It's impossible for a God King to rush into the mouth of gods and demons and drag me out. Only a God King in the ultimate realm would have such power. He must be a level higher than me, but he was able to hide it, and even I can't see through him. He must be an expert, Breezy God King thought. Stand up and talk. Long Chen happened to need him, and the mouth of gods and demons was a great help. You can just call me Yang Chen. Old Pig, I do need your help. He went straight to the point and said it. Breezy God King hurriedly said, Senior Yang Chen, what can I do for you? I want to go to the battlefield of gods and demons. Bring me there, Long Chen said. Breezy God King thought it was something serious, but once he heard it, he laughed. This is a small matter. I was on my way back to the battlefield of gods and demons, but coincidentally came across this damned mouth of gods and demons. We're on the way. But Sir Yang Chen, you've never been to the battlefield of gods and demons. Could it be that this is your first time coming to Mount Buzhou? Long Chen nodded. This Breezy God King wanted to repay him for saving his life, so it was natural for him to ask some questions. That's right, it's my first time here. Let's hurry. I still have a lot of questions to ask you on the way. Breezy God King understood. Long Chen had a motive for saving him. He wanted to find a passerby to ask for directions. Of course, the Breezy God King didn't feel that there was a problem at all. This was Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. Compared to his life, asking for directions was insignificant. Saving someone for the sake of asking for directions was considered a great act of kindness in Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. With Breezy God King leading the way, the three of them headed in the direction of the battlefield of gods and demons. They crossed layers of desert and rushed past the endless black mountains. Along the way, Breezy God King introduced them excitedly. You don't know what the king-level deity battlefield is. That's right, it's an eternal-level divine weapon. Its owner is an ultimate realm divine emperor of the Tianyuan Region Alliance. It's said that the divine emperor is in the emperor-level deity battlefield in the divine emperor domain. Eternal level, 7th grade, that's really terrifying. You want to ask what the emperor-level deity battlefield is. That's right, the emperor-level deity battlefield is a rare original incipient-level divine weapon, 8th grade. Only divine venerables of the Tai divine realm can control it. It's said that the owner of the emperor-level deity battlefield is a dominator of the Tianyuan Region Alliance. Eternal grade. Original incipient grade. To be honest, the Eternal Opal was a 7th grade treasure, but it was only a primordial chaos treasure. There was still a gap between it and a fortune divine weapon. Therefore, the value of the Eternal Opal was definitely not as high as the king battlefield of gods and demons, let alone the emperor battlefield. The original incipient grade was the top fortune divine weapon in the myriad worlds. Long Chen had the Origin Dragon Palace, a 9th grade origin grade. However, its greatest use was to suppress the god nation. Long Chen couldn't use it yet. I heard that there's a battlefield of gods at the peak of Mount Buzhou, the supreme god battlefield. If such a battlefield exists, would it be a 9th grade origin grade? Long Chen asked. After Old Pig heard this, he laughed and said, You're so funny. How could you believe this? In the infinite worlds, The origin level is just a legend. How could it exist? The Supreme God Demon battlefield is just something we made up. My fever hasn't recovered yet. It's still 39 degrees when I wake up this morning. This new year is really worse than death. This chapter was pieced together last night and this morning. I've tried my best. I'll go for an infusion in the afternoon. When I come back, I'll try to write another chapter. No matter how much I owe for the past 2 days, I'll pay it back when I get better. Chapter 28:32. The breezy God King laughed happily. Long Chen didn't probe further. After all, this thing couldn't be a groundless rumor. If it really existed, the breezy God King wouldn't be able to touch it. Of course, to the current him, the original incipient grade creator divine weapon was unimaginable. He wondered what kind of power a Tai God realm expert would have when using a creator divine weapon. On the way, the breezy God King began explaining to Long Chen all sorts of details about the King-class battlefield. The King-grade God Fiend battlefield has a total of 200 levels. In the lower 100 levels, there are a total of 30,000 to 40,000 godly kings from the myriad worlds gathered here to challenge and battle. As for the upper 100 levels, each level is occupied by a peak godly king. The higher the level, the higher the ranking of the godly king. You should have heard of the godly king ranking board, right? Long Chen nodded slightly. The breezy God King slapped his thigh and said, "Here it is. Only the top 100 can enter the God King list and enter the upper 100 floors of the King-class battlefield. From top to bottom, the God King list's first place is at the highest floor of the battlefield. When you reach the battlefield, you will see their names on every floor. The upper 100 floors are the God King list." Long Chen understood. There were a total of 200 floors. The lower 100 floors were the battlegrounds. The top 100 levels were the Godly King list. Every Godly King on the Godly King list occupied a level. Long Chen asked, "Then, if a God King on the God King list is challenged and defeated, will he fall to the next floor?" Old Pig sniggered, "So it's your first time, which is why you're asking this question. Actually, it's different from what you imagine. If a God King on the God King ranking is defeated, the victor will have the same ranking as the loser. However, the loser won't be demoted to the next floor. Instead, he'll be kicked out of the God King ranking. He'll have to fight his way back up on the first floor of the battlefield of gods and demons." "I see." Long Chen nodded. It seemed that this way, they could avoid trouble, but it was also more stringent. Those who could make it to the Divine King list and had a top reputation were obviously true experts, madmen who wanted to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. The God King ranking has existed for a very long time. Those who occupy the top 100 of the God King ranking are the most terrifying God Kings in the myriad of worlds. They have experienced countless battles and survived countless challenges and tempering. In fact, not to mention the top 100, even the top 1,000 are all ultimate God Kings. After so many years, only those who have reached the Divine Emperor realm are still on the God King ranking. Moreover, if you want to challenge a God King on the God King ranking, you have to kill your way out of tens of thousands of God Kings. Every month, there is only one person who can challenge a God King on the God King ranking. Therefore, it's not that easy. There were actually more than 1,000 ultimate God Kings on the God King battlefield. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed impressive. After all, there were only 10 ultimate God Kings on the Jianmu sacred tree. In the past, a low-level world like the Dragon Sacrificial Continent did not even have a single God King. Not to mention the entire myriad of worlds, the strongest God Kings in the northern territories of the myriad of worlds were definitely gathered here. Those who could make it to the God King ranking were all experts who had reached great heights. Rumor has it that every one of the top 10 on the God King ranking has battle prowess comparable to a divine emperor. Some even have primordial-grade destinable artifacts. One person can defeat 10 God Kings who are not on the God King ranking if they join forces. Therefore, the God King ranking is definitely where the most monstrous God Kings are. Old Pig was a perfect God King. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to challenge the experts on the God King ranking. Towards those experts on the God King ranking, his only attitude was naturally worship. To be honest, almost all the gods and demons who came to the God King Buzhou mountain wanted to break through their limits. The ones who did the best in this field were definitely the God King ranking. My dream is to become a divine emperor, then return to my hometown and lead my hometown world to the primordial grade. Of course. I'm only at the creation grade now. Old Pig chuckled. This was an interesting guy. After listening to Old Pig's description, Long Chen estimated that his battle prowess could probably make it to the God King ranking. If he added the Divine Sword and Devil Pagoda, he could barely get close to the top 20. It was impossible for him to get into the top 10 because he would definitely not be able to fight against a Divine Emperor. If I can reach the ultimate stage of the Great Essence Divine Realm, it should be much better, Long Chen pondered. Brother Yang Chen, do you want to challenge the God King ranking? Old Pig asked curiously. Putting aside Li Xuanji, Long Chen's goal this time was the God King ranking. He could only become stronger by fighting with experts. With Li Xuanji's matter, if there was no conflict, he needed to challenge the God King ranking because he wanted to be strong. Only by being strong could he solve everything. Yeah. Long Chen nodded. Old Pig's jaw dropped. He was full of admiration for Long Chen. He said, "You're really brave. But with your strength, you'll definitely have a chance. You might even succeed. When the time comes, you'll become famous. Don't forget about me." He didn't know how much older he was than Long Chen, but now he was shameless and called Long Chen brother and little brother. However, when you reach the God and Demon battlefield, I suggest you keep a low profile and start from the beginning. Wait until you know your opponent's strength before you make a move. If your performance is too outstanding, it may attract the attention of the Heaven Alliance. Heaven Alliance. This powerful organization once again appeared in front of Long Chen. Yes, you should know about the Heaven Region Alliance, right? It's the most powerful organization in the Northern Myriad Realms. The Alliance of the Five Domains is the biggest force in Mount Buzhou. There are so many experts in the Divine Demon battlefield. If there's no one to control them, it's impossible to maintain order. The Heaven Region Alliance is the existence that maintains this stability. All kinds of battle arrangements are handled by the Heaven Region Alliance. Even in the King Grade Divine Demon battlefield, there are Divine Emperors of the Heaven Region Alliance secretly maintaining order. Long Chen had to thank Old Pig. Knowing this, Long Chen understood the importance of being cautious in the battlefield of gods and demons. If it were those God Kings on the God King list, they would not be able to kill Long Chen. However, the same could not be said for God Emperors. In the battlefield of gods and demons, there were still existences that could threaten his life. Of course, you don't have to worry at all. The God and Demon battlefield is famous and attracts experts from all over the world because of its rules. This place is not completely under the control of the Heaven Alliance. All the experts will maintain order. For example, in the God and Demon battlefield, it is absolutely forbidden to fight to the death. If there is a conflict, it is fine. However, if there is too much noise, or even a fight to the death, you will be punished. The Heaven Alliance will also abide by this rule. In other words, as long as you don't participate in the battle in the God and Demon battlefield, your life will not be in danger. Outside the God and Demon battlefield was the hunting ground. In the God and Demon battlefield, it was a place to compete and fight for fame and fortune. With Old Pig's help, in just a few days, Long Chen was already very familiar with the God and Demon battlefield. At this time, he already met the requirements to enter the God and Demon battlefield, so he no longer hesitated. In order to enter the God and Demon battlefield and participate in the battles, he first had to obtain the God and Demon token. He had to obtain the God and Demon token from the Heaven Alliance. There were so many God Kings in the God and Demon battlefield, so it was a good opportunity to train. Not only Long Chen, but also Mo Xiaolang, Zhu Shi, Yang Lingqing, and Sui Yan wanted to participate in the battles with the experts and train themselves in the process. Lingxi, on the other hand, only needed to study the heavenly rules and spiritual techniques. Therefore, the five of them prepared to obtain the God and Demon token together. With Old Pig's speed, they arrived at the God and Demon battlefield in about 10 days. From afar, Long Chen could see the God and Demon battlefield. It was a pitch-black pillar, a pillar that supported the heavens. It was deeply rooted in God and Demon Buzhou Mountain, its top piercing deep into the clouds and extending into the endless firmament. Clearly, if this God and Demon battlefield was pulled out, it could be used as a stick. The top half of this pitch-black pillar was where the God and King board was located. Vaguely, from afar, Long Chen could see the names. There were a total of 100 shining names, from top to bottom. These names pierced through the black mist and shocked the myriad worlds. Different words represented different rules. All the god kings of the myriad worlds wanted to carve their names in this glorious land. The name of the top floor was a place that even more people yearned for. None of the 100 names on the god and king board were weak. Long Chen had all the time in the world to get to know them. However, he still had to fight in the lower 100 levels. In the lower 100 levels, every victory will allow you to ascend a level. Every defeat will cause you to descend a level. Only by winning 100 battles in a row and defeating 100 opponents who are also trying to ascend can you reach the 100th level. Then, there will be a battle on the 100th level. Once a month, the final victor will have the opportunity to challenge the God and King board. Based on this system, the God Kings who have the opportunity to challenge the God and King board are definitely outstanding. After all, from the 80th level onwards, it is already the world of the ultimate God Kings. Old Pig said with great yearning. Unfortunately, Old Pig is currently only stabilizing at the 20th level. The experts here are really going all out. Long Chen asked, can the God Kings of the upper levels come down at will and leave the God and Demon battlefield? Anyone can leave the God and Demon battlefield at any time and go hunting, as long as they don't leave God and Demon Buzhou Mountain. In addition, the God Kings of the lower levels can't go to the upper levels, but the upper levels can come down and watch the battles at any time. For example, I can stay on the first level. The first level has the most people. Of course, for you guys, it's very simple. Old Pig will bring you to get the God and Demon order now. Chapter 28:33. Nearing the God-fiend battlefield, he realized how big it was. After all, it was a battlefield that could accommodate tens of thousands of godly kings. According to Old Pig, there were hundreds of godly kings on the first floor, and each godly king must have occupied a large space. When he arrived at the battlefield of gods and demons, he discovered that the battlefield of gods and demons was an extremely tall city. It was as if countless cities were piled up together. Eternal rank destinable divine weapon. From the outside, Long Chen couldn't tell. Looking closer, it looked more like an ancient building that had existed for countless years. It was filled with the marks of the passage of time. It was simple and heavy, but it didn't have the domineering and powerful feeling of a fortune divine artifact. It was different from Long Chen's divine sword demon pagoda. God-slaying sword. Demon-subduing pagoda. One sword and one pagoda. It was almost the perfect combination. There was only one entrance to the God-fiend battlefield, and it was on the first floor, which was also the lowest floor. The place to receive the God-fiend writ was not far from this entrance. Although there were tens of thousands of God-fiends in the God-fiend battlefield, this entrance was very desolate. Old Pig brought Long Chen and the others to the place to receive the God-fiend writ. This was the most preliminary registration. They had to register here before they could participate in the battle. This group of people was too obvious. No matter what they changed their names, Divine Emperor Jun would be able to recognize them. Long Chen was too lazy to change their names, so he asked them to use their real names. In any case, he would not stay in the battlefield of gods and demons for too long. In a year or two, he would leave immediately. The myriad worlds were so big. Who knew how long it would take for them to catch up? At that time, Long Chen might not be weaker than him. This was Old Pig's first time seeing Xueqi, Yang Lingqing, and Soyan. The sudden appearance of these three beauties made him blush. All grand perfection godly kings. I admire you. You two are really lucky. Long Chen said, don't talk nonsense. They are my sisters. Ah, hello sisters. Hello sisters. Old Pig didn't dare to look any longer. He quickly brought the five of them to the place where they could receive the God and Demon token. It was a wooden house beside the God and Demon battlefield. For such a clean wooden house to appear in this barren land, it seemed very out of place. Who is it? Before he could get close, a cold female voice came from the wooden house. Sirs, I'm the breezy God King. I've brought 5 God King friends with me. They wish to obtain a God Fiend token and enter the God Fiend battlefield to challenge themselves. I hope that the 3 sirs can help. Old Pig bowed and said politely. 5. I think there are only 4 God Kings. A lazy male voice came from the wooden house. Old Pig knew that they were talking about Long Chen. He hurriedly said with a smile, Sirs, you might not know this, but this godly monarch hid his strength and fooled us. To be honest, this time I encountered the demonic god's maw and almost lost my life. It was this godly monarch who charged into the demonic god's maw and saved Old Pig. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden house creaked open. It was chaotic inside. Old Pig quickly thanked them and led Long Chen and the others into the wooden house. The wooden house was a small world. It was about the size of 3 emperor domains. After entering, they saw a lush forest. The environment was very beautiful. The 6 of them stood on the ground. Soon, a man and a woman wearing snow-white divine armor descended from the sky. The man looked heroic while the woman looked cold and elegant. The white divine armor they wore was a fortune divine artifact. It was very exquisite and made the 2 of them look even more noble. On the left side of their chests, there was a heaven word. It was very domineering and had a faint impact of divine might. These 2 should be from the Heaven Region Alliance. Qing Feng greets Lord Di Yong and Lord Fan Qing, Old Pig said respectfully. He also urged Long Chen and the others to bow. Although these 2 were only perfect realm god kings like King Qing Feng, they were in charge of the Heaven Region Alliance. They were in charge of the god and demon token. Of course, they could not offend them. Otherwise, they could not give you the god and demon token and prevent you from entering the god and demon battlefield. Opposing them was equivalent to opposing the Heaven Region Alliance. Old Pig had already warned Long Chen and the others about this. It was just a small matter. Long Chen and the others also bowed. The 5 of them were very strong-willed, especially the 3 girls. They were all very young but had reached the perfect realm of Grand Beginning Immortal, which was quite special. They were very eye-catching. Soyan was cute and quiet, Xueqi was lively and passionate, and Yang Lingqing was quiet and resolute. It was hard to not attract attention when put together. Anyway, the man called Di Yong was indeed a little dazed. The other woman beside him was Fan Qing. She was slightly unhappy when she saw Di Central's reaction. Her gaze finally landed on Long Chen as she asked, God King Breezy, the expert you spoke of, the one who saved you from the jaws of the fiend god kings, are you referring to this person? You should know that divine monarchs aren't able to obtain the fiend god token of the fiend god king battlefield. Old Pig chuckled and nodded. Madam Fan Qing, you're right. I can guarantee with my life that Sir Yang Chen is indeed very powerful. Fan Qing shook her head. It's not up to you to decide whether he's powerful or not. Only an ultimate divine king can save someone from the god and demon battlefield. You said he's an ultimate divine king, so he's an ultimate divine king. Of course, I don't believe you. Although we don't have a rule to test people, if he insists on entering the god and demon battlefield, he has to show us what he's capable of. Old Pig was stunned. Madam Fan Qing, this isn't a good idea. If he gets hurt, how dare you? Fan Qing rebuked. How can he hurt us? I'll do it myself. Looking at her disdainful attitude, she wouldn't believe that Long Chen didn't show his strength. Old Pig had already said that Fan Qing's temper was the worst among the 3. Many ultimate divine kings had come here and made things difficult for her. But because she had the support of the Tianyu Alliance, no one dared to argue with her. Fan Qing, let me do it. You rest. Don't be too angry. This old pig just doesn't know how to talk. Di Yong wasn't too bad. He smiled and pointed at Long Chen. This expert. Let me, Madam Di Yong, test your strength. If you're really that powerful, I'll immediately send you the god and demon token. Old pig, you're exaggerating. However, I do have the strength of a divine king. Long Chen nodded and smiled. He didn't say anything else. Very well. Very quickly, the crowd gave way for the battle. Di Yong was a perfect divine king. He couldn't stay idle. If not for the mission, he would have entered the god and demon battlefield to fight. The atmosphere here was very intense. Fan Qing stood at the side. His face was cold. He attacked. Di Yong was the first to attack. In a flash he charged toward Long Chen, holding a long spear in his hand. It was a orbital-grade creation divine weapon. For a perfected stage god king to possess an orbital-grade creation divine weapon, it meant that his status was quite high. South. The long spear pierced forward. It was a fatal strike. Di Yong was very confident in his attack. However, when he got close to Long Chen, he realized that Long Chen was still smiling. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes changed. They turned pure white. Di Yong felt as if the heavens were pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. What's going on? In that instant, his hand was empty. He was stunned. He looked up and saw that his long spear was in Long Chen's hand. It was trembling and struggling in Long Chen's hand, trying to break free from Long Chen's control. At this moment, there was complete silence. Actually, Di Yong didn't know what had happened. However, the others saw it clearly. He was under Long Chen's control. He had personally given the spear to Long Chen. If Long Chen wanted to deal with him, he could have injured him or even killed him in that instant. Di Yong was confused. When he saw Old Pig's shocked expression, he finally understood. Although it was only for a moment and he didn't understand anything, he was sure that he had lost. Miracle! Di Yong said in disbelief. On the other side, Fan Qing had just said that Long Chen wouldn't hurt them. Now that such a thing had happened, it was like a slap to her face. She felt very uncomfortable. Although the Earth Center was the one who had lost the battle, she was still the most frustrated one. Not bad. You definitely have the strength of an ultimate God King. I'm looking forward to your challenge on the God King board. I'll register you and give you the Fiend God token. Di Yong laughed. Wait! Fan Qing shouted. Everyone looked at her in confusion. She then said, according to the rules, a divine monarch is a divine monarch. He can't take the Fiend God token. Before Long Chen and the others could speak, Earth Center sneered. Fan Qing, we are working for the battlefield of gods and demons. Can you control your temper? We will speak with facts. You can't change the facts even if you want to. If you are unhappy, you can complain to senior brother Tian Yu. Isn't that what you always do? Fan Qing glared at him and said, You're really something. How dare you embarrass me in front of outsiders? Di Yong, I won't let you off this time. After saying that, she turned around and left angrily. Ignore this crazy woman. She likes to bite people everywhere. She hasn't bitten enough yet. I can't take it anymore. Di Yong smiled indifferently. Then he followed Long Chen excitedly and asked, What rules did you use to defeat me? I can't say. Ah, all right, I won't say. Yang Chen, what's your goal for coming to the God Devil battlefield? Next was the Fiend God token. The 5 of them received the Fiend God token. Their information and names were recorded in the God Devil battlefield. Yang Ling Qing, Bai Soyian, Zhu Shi. They're all good names. Mo Xiaolang, it's so unsophisticated. Di Yang's goal was to please these 3 ladies. The Fiend God token was settled. Chapter 28:34. After coming out of the wooden house, Old Pig took Long Chen and the others directly to the battlefield of gods and demons that reached the clouds. Once people went out of the God-Fiend battlefield, they would usually leave quickly to avoid being targeted. The God-Fiend battlefield covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters. Killing was forbidden there. It was the same as the rules of the God-Fiend battlefield. Long Chen and the others stepped into the Eternal Grade Fate Divine weapon safely. This was the first Eternal Grade Fate Divine weapon he had ever seen. 7th grade. This was someone else's Fate Divine weapon, which was equivalent to walking into someone else's cage. Moreover, it was an ultimate realm divine emperor. A person who was close to a supreme deity. If he wanted to, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill all the god fiends on the king-level god fiend battlefield. Of course, he couldn't do that. After all, this was Mount Buzhou, where there were rules. The Heavenly Region Alliance also cared about its reputation. Obviously, there were even stronger existences above the ultimate realm divine emperors who ruled over everything. Therefore, for Long Chen, stepping into the god-fiend battlefield was not dangerous. On the contrary, it was safe. That was because outside, a divine emperor could kill him at will. But inside the god-fiend battlefield, he had obtained the god-fiend token and obtained the permission and protection of the Heavenly Region Alliance. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Region Alliance would not allow other divine emperors to enter the god-fiend battlefield to kill people. Private battles were forbidden in the god-fiend battlefield. This was a rule that had never changed since ancient times. Long Chen and the others first walked through a long, pitch-black tunnel. On both sides seemed to be a boundless void. As they went deeper, they began to sense the auras of a large number of experts, all of whom were Taisha divine demons. It's very stifling here. As soon as they stepped into the god-fiend battlefield, Long Chen felt that it was indeed a fate divine weapon controlled by someone else. There was a feeling that one's life could be taken at any time. At the same time, perhaps because of the long years of fighting, the God-fiend battlefield gave birth to a strong, intense, and suffocating fighting spirit. If an ordinary divine emperor came here, they would not be able to withstand the strong suppression. They would not even be able to move. Vaguely, there was a murderous and bloody aura. The battlefield was like this. The winner soared to the sky, while the loser suffered in silence. He had finally stepped into the fiend god battlefield. In front of him was an endless black void. This was the first level of the fiend god battlefield. Of course, for Long Chen and the others, what they were seeing now was not just a level but a whole world. From this, it could be seen how enormous the fiend god battlefield was. These are all places where people can move about freely. There were a total of 2 special areas in the lower 100 floors of the god-fiend battlefield. The first was a place to rest and cultivate. It provided for the godly monarch's daily cultivation and comprehension of laws. Only one person could enter each cultivation room. Furthermore, once someone entered, they would enter a sealed state. Outsiders could not disturb them. If you don't want to fight, you can go to the cultivation room to cultivate and comprehend the divine Tao. The second special place is naturally the core of every layer of the battlefield of gods and demons. It is the true location of the battlefield of gods and demons. Every layer of the battlefield of gods and demons has such a place in that direction. Following Old Pig's instructions, everyone looked in that direction. It was the only bright spot in the black void. It looked like a huge star. It was very magnificent, and if one looked closely, it would definitely be very huge. That is the core of the battlefield of gods and demons. It is called the Fiend God Star. Generally speaking, godly monarchs first submit an application or invite a battle. If they submit their application at the same time, they can also wait for the Sky Region Alliance to arrange an opponent and a time. Then they can enter the Fiend God Star and fight under the godly monarch's observation. Only when the victor is decided can they leave the Fiend God Star. During the battle, outsiders are not allowed to enter the battlefield of gods and demons, or else they will be expelled from the battlefield of gods and demons forever. The battlefield of gods and demons is a game for the brave. Those who need the help of outsiders are indeed not worthy of entering. Old Pig was also full of respect for the Fiend God Star. How do I submit an application? Mo Xiaolang asked. Old Pig chuckled and said, It's very simple. Next to the Fiend God Star, there is a wooden house. It is the same as the wooden house outside the battlefield of gods and demons. That is the office of the Heaven Region Alliance. If you have an appointment with an opponent, you can register there. All you need to do is take out your Fiend God token and agree on the time of the battle. The Heaven Region Alliance will arrange it for you. Of course, you can also place a bet on the spot. The Heaven Region Alliance will supervise it. If you just want to fight casually and don't have an appointment with an opponent, then you can directly submit an application for battle. The Heaven Region Alliance will arrange for an opponent to fight with you. Of course, those who do this are all strong and daring people. Everyone understood. It was very simple. Long Chen and the others had naturally come here to fight. Take us to the cultivation room first. There was no one around, so Long Chen said to Old Pig, I'm very happy to help. Facing his savior, Old Pig was very enthusiastic and actively hugged his thigh. On the way, Long Chen asked him in a low voice, Old Pig, I want to ask you about 2 people. Old Pig was stunned. Along the way, Long Chen had been very cautious and had already asked too many questions. Now that he was asking about people, he should have missed out. Old Pig was naturally happy to answer Long Chen's questions. First, her name is Tian Jingxue. She is an ultimate god king. What background does she have? Tian Jingxue? Old Pig was a little surprised and said, How do you know this poisonous woman? She comes from the endless god race. Her strength is considered average among the ultimate god kings, ranking around 700 or 800. However, she is very vicious. She has some tricks up her sleeve, but she doesn't have any background. However, there are some powerful male god kings who are willing to team up with her. It is said that there are people on the god king list who support her. We don't dare to provoke such a person. Before Tian Jingxue left, she had threatened Long Chen a little. Therefore, Long Chen had casually asked about her. Now that it sounded like she only had a friend on the God King list, it wasn't worth worrying about. Long Chen was only slightly afraid of the top 10 on the God King list or the Divine Emperors of the Heaven Region Alliance. He didn't have to worry about anything else. What about the second person? Old Pig asked. Actually, this was what Long Chen really wanted to ask. Do you know if there is a person called Li Xuanji in this God-fiend battlefield? Li what? Old Pig's eyes widened. He didn't really understand. Long Chen repeated it twice and told him the words. Then he shook his head and said, Brother, if it is perfected God Kings, I probably know thousands of them. I also know almost all the ultimate God Kings. However, there are tens of thousands of primordial God Kings. Most of them are new, so I don't know many of them. I have never heard of this Li Xuanji you mentioned. Oh. It seemed like she was either very ordinary in this God-fiend battlefield or she was in a rather mysterious position. Long Chen hadn't established himself here yet, so he didn't plan on doing anything rash. He knew how anxious he was to know what was going on with Li Xuanji, but he had to be cautious for now. Li Xuanji couldn't even talk to him, so he naturally couldn't do anything rash. However, he was sure that she was fine for now. She wasn't someone who didn't know her limits, so she naturally knew what kind of person Long Chen was. Next, Old Pig brought Long Chen and the others to see the cultivation rooms. Every cultivation room was like a small world, and it was very spectacular. The 5 of them could split up and enter an empty cultivation room at will. We are under the surveillance of the controlling Divine Emperor, so we have to pay attention to some secrets and be cautious. We can't reveal everything, Long Chen warned the 3 girls. Su Yan, Yang Lingqing, and Zhu Shi nodded heavily. Actually, they were like Long Chen, eager to improve themselves. Helping Long Chen was also helping themselves. Long Chen planned to watch for a few more days. Mo Xiaolang said, Then I'll go first. I'll be the vanguard. Let's see which level I can reach in the end. To be honest, the first dozen or so floors posed no threat to him at all. The truly difficult opponents would definitely exist on the 40th floor, 50th floor, and above. Those were people who had won dozens of battles before rushing up. Every single person who could persist on those floors was extremely terrifying. Mo Xiaolang yearned to fight them. Perhaps Long Chen needed to plan the overall situation, but all they needed to do was fight. Let's give our team a good start. Long Chen said with a smile. That's great. I, Old Pig, will lead the way. Old Pig did not know Mo Xiaolang's strength. He only thought that he was an ordinary primordial realm fiend king. After all, Mo Xiaolang was a man of few words. The group of 6 only attracted the attention of others when they approached the god-fiend Sky Star. Including Old Pig, there were a total of 6 perfected godly monarchs. Most of the people on the first level were primordial realm godly monarchs. The appearance of perfected godly monarchs here was either new, had returned from hunting, or had come from above. Regardless, they were not people they could deal with. But even so, these godly monarchs did not show any signs of fear when they saw so many perfected godly monarchs. From their eyes, one could see indifference and coldness. Their cold gazes enveloped the group. Clearly, the godly monarchs here were more direct, passionate, and unyielding after years of fighting in the god-fiend battlefield. Along the way, Long Chen saw hundreds of godly monarchs. Among them were perfected godly monarchs who had come from above. However, they were hidden in the dark, watching them coldly. Now that they had been noticed, their information would naturally be made known to those who needed it in a short period of time. What was the goal of the godly monarchs on the first level? Naturally, it was to head to the second level. The first level was to embarrass themselves. As long as one defeated an opponent, they could head to the second level. Sometimes, when one was lacking in strength, they could only find a pushover. Therefore, once a pushover appeared, everyone would snatch it, tricking them into fighting with them. Therefore, they were especially concerned about rookies. However, the rookies this time were too strong, so no one dared to make a move. The 3 beauties were too eye-catching, so no one cared about how a divine lord like Long Chen could strut around the god-fiend battlefield. In the past, even if a divine lord managed to sneak in, they would only dare to stay in their divine kingdoms. Otherwise, they would be easily frightened. On the god-fiend Sky Star, there were 2 godly monarchs fighting intensely. These people were originally watching the battle, but now, they were staring at Long Chen and company. No one was interested in the people on the battlefield. Long Chen took a few glances. The two primordial realm godly monarchs had a rather outstanding grasp of the laws. Their attacks were direct and ruthless, and they were rather tenacious. They did not give up even when they were weakened. "Brother, I'll go register first." Mo Xiaolang moved out and headed for the wooden hut. His action gave the surrounding godly monarchs a pleasant surprise. He was the only primordial realm godly monarch in the group, someone they could deal with. Now, he was clearly going to participate in the battle, and he was going alone. Clearly, as long as they fought hard, they could become his opponent. Then, there was a high chance that they could escape the first level of humiliation. Go! Instantly, many people followed Mo Xiaolang. "Brother, I'll fight you." The wager is a creation-level primordial chaos immortal spirit. How about it? I'm a creation-level creation divine artifact. It's the weapon I'm using now. Do you dare? Even weapons were being used. This was a true fight. Mo Xiaolang ignored them. When he arrived at the wooden hut, he handed over the God-Fiend token. "We can fight at any time. No wager." He did things concisely. After settling the matter, he left. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded when they saw him being so straightforward. After all, anyone who dared to do such a thing was either a fool or someone who had absolute confidence in themselves. Looking at Mo Xiaolang, he didn't seem to be a fool. "Scram, I'll do it." At that moment, a loud shout made the godly monarch scatter. A tall man with ashen skin and blood-colored patterns appeared outside the wooden hut. No one dared to approach him. Why is he on the first level? When did he come down? Everyone broke into a commotion. If he wasn't done today, he would probably be fine tomorrow. Today there were 2 chapters. Then, he would rush out as soon as possible. He had really suffered this time. If not for his body being unable to take it, lunatic naturally wouldn't want to owe a contribution. Owing a contribution was like owing money. It was terrible. I'll go to bed first and say good night in advance. Chapter 28:35. This was a fiend. In Mount Buzhou, the ratio of gods was naturally higher than that of fiends. Mo Xiaolang cultivated in the fiendish Tao and was also a fiend. The number of fiends in the infinite worlds was less than that of gods. Of course, fiends and primordial fiends were different from Ji Yuan's sky fiend race. Ordinary demon spirits were like Mo Xiaolang. They had only become fiends after experiencing the Black World Tree. They did not have the form of a primordial fiend. Therefore, Long Chen now knew that the group of primordial fiends sealed on the fiend planet was indeed a very special group in the infinite worlds. A fiend like Mo Xiaolang was actually a type of god. If one were to delineate it, they were more like gods and not primordial fiends. The fiends that Long Qinglan had once mentioned to Long Chen, the fiends created by the sky-devouring race, were likely primordial fiends. For example, the 100,000 demon spirits in the god-slaying sword were fiends that were close to gods and not primordial fiends. The primordial fiends were like another type of life form. Of course, they were also known as primeval troll. Long Chen had obtained the god-slaying sword and the demon-subduing pagoda, but it was true that he could not use them on the god-fiend battlefield for the time being. After all, the death of great Emperor Donghua in battle a few days ago had caused an uproar in the entire god-fiend mountain range. Without sufficient preparation, the sudden appearance of these 2 chaos divine artifacts on the god-fiend battlefield would be very disadvantageous to Long Chen. "I'm Blood Frenzy. I'm here to challenge you." As soon as Mo Xiaolang walked out, the tall and sturdy man with scarlet eyes, who looked like a gray rock, covered in bloodstains, growled at him with a voice as loud as steel rubbing against each other. No one dared to stop him when he walked towards the wooden house. It could be seen what kind of status this man had on the first floor. It was only a primordial realm fiend king, so Long Chen naturally did not mind. However, since this was the first demon he saw in the myriad worlds, he took a few more glances at it. In fact, there was nothing strange about it. It was similar to Mo Xiaolang and not much different from the gods. It was just that its power attribute leaned towards darkness, which was very different from primeval troll. For example, it was very different from Soyan's current body of Demon Hua. The demon of Mo Xiaolang was different from that of Demon Hua. Xueqi, he seems to be working for the Heaven Region Alliance. He's one of Fan Qing's men. This fellow can at least ascend to the 10th level. Why did he return to the first level? Old Pig's expression was unsightly. Even if he used his butt to think, he could tell that Fan Qing was a petty bastard. It had only been a while, and he was already taking revenge. Brother, don't let Mo Xiaolang fight with him. This guy is vicious and merciless. His opponents have all been tortured miserably. In the lower levels, he can be considered a person who causes people to tremble in fear just by hearing his name. To be honest, if I were to encounter him, I would have a headache. Old Pig hurriedly said anxiously. The surrounding god kings all retreated, paying close attention. Clearly, they were very interested in this commotion. It's fine. You underestimate my brother. Long Chen and Yongling Qing had already arrived outside the god-fiend Heavenly Star. To be honest, there was no suspense in this battle. However, Old Pig and the hundreds of spectating god kings could not believe it at all. There are quite a few perfected god kings among them. Their backgrounds are not small, but Xueqi would not target them for no reason. Could it be that they have offended the Heaven Region Alliance? This is going to be a good show. I'm afraid that the black-haired youth is going to be pitiful. Becoming Xueqi's opponent. If he gets hit by his raging blood demonic art, he won't be able to recover without 10,000 years. When Xueqi applied in front of the wooden house, the other god kings dispersed outside the god-fiend Heavenly Star. They were ready to watch the battle. At this moment, one of the two god kings who had been fighting on the god-fiend Heavenly Star admitted defeat. In fact, they also knew the situation here and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Next battle, Mo Xiaolang vs Xueqi. Since neither side has a time limit, let's proceed directly. Please descend to the god-fiend Heavenly Star. Soon, the voice spread throughout the first level of the god-fiend battlefield. Xueqi. Hearing this name, many god kings who were still cultivating in their cultivation rooms came out. Soon, many people gathered on the first level of the god-fiend battlefield. Close to 1,000 people, all at the god realm of Grand Beginning. This was quite a spectacular scene. There were even quite a few people who came down from the upper floors to watch the battle. Without saying a word, Mo Xiaolang rushed towards the celestial demon Heavenly Star and landed on the huge planet. This planet was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks of divine kings. After he and Xueqi entered the planet, a layer of seal was formed on the outer layer of the celestial demon Heavenly Star. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, they could not leave, and outsiders could not interfere in the battle. A victor must be determined in the battlefield of gods and demons. Before a victor is determined, admitting defeat does not count. Both of you, please fight with all your might. If you are found to have gone easy, you will be imprisoned for 1,000 years. The same words came from the wooden house again. Perhaps because it was Mo Xiaolang's first time here, he reminded him. This rule was different from ordinary battles. It could even decide life and death. The appearance of the seal meant that the battle had begun. Xueqi, Xueqi. For a moment, hundreds of god kings roared. Their terrifying voices caused the entire god-fiend battlefield to tremble. The atmosphere became tense and frenzied. Hearing Long Chen's words, Old Pig was relieved. Mo Xiaolang was so thin and weak, while Xueqi was so full of fighting spirit and vigor. It was like a beast and a lamb. The difference in momentum was so great that he found it hard to believe that Mo Xiaolang could withstand Xueqi's frenzied attacks. Just when the deity's roars were at their most violent, Xueqi let out a furious roar without saying a word. The blood-red lines all over his body shone with a ferocious light, and the vague silhouettes of blood-red skulls emerged. Sharp claws grew out of his fingers, and he charged towards Mo Xiaolang like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided violently. The god kings felt a flash below them, and an extremely hot aura penetrated the seal and rushed outside. It was flames. The god kings looked down and saw a flame explode in front of Xueqi. Its power instantly engulfed more than half of the god-fiend Heavenly Star. Bang! Xueqi let out a tragic cry as he slammed into the inner wall of the seal. His body was charred black as he trembled. Below, the power of the flames instantly disappeared. Mo Xiaolang stood in his original spot. His position had not changed at all from before. To him it was like a game. Thanks for letting me win. He cupped his hands and smiled. Obviously, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Although Xueqi was not dead, his body was burnt black and his divine body was severely injured. He would not be able to fight for a while. If Mo Xiaolang wanted to kill him, he would not have a chance. We are both primordial godly monarchs, but there is such a difference. It's a miracle. Old Pig was overjoyed as he clapped heavily, breaking the silence of the god-fiend battlefield. This was Mo Xiaolong's first battle, and it could also be considered the first battle of Long Chen's team. From today onwards, their charge was destined to make the god-fiend battlefield tremble. Mo Xiaolang is victorious in this battle and has been promoted to the second level. The announcer's voice in the wooden hut trembled. Clearly, he was very shocked by the outcome. The seal on the god-fiend heavenly star was lifted. After Mo Xiaolang returned, he said, although the first few levels were simpler, according to the rules and mechanisms of the god-fiend battlefield, those who can survive above the dozens of levels are definitely top experts. Furthermore, they are experts at close-quarters combat. They are the elites of the godly monarchs of the myriad worlds. Fighting them will help you greatly. This god-fiend battlefield is indeed a good place. He had experienced it personally, so what he said was naturally the truth. Long Chen smiled and said, then from now on, the three of you can also try it out. However, all of you have to follow the wolf cub. You can't run around. Wherever the wolf cub goes, you have to follow him. Don't be too fast, understand? Yang Lingqing and company also wanted to have some fun, so they nodded. Even Xueqi became obedient. Take it easy, don't make too much noise, Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. Now that they were here, they naturally had to train themselves. As for himself, he needed to stand on a different point of view and observe the god-fiend battlefield. He needed to observe the situation here and his own situation. While they were talking, the godly monarch still couldn't accept the result of Xueqi's quick defeat. That scene was too unbelievable. To be able to do this, that youth can at least fight a perfected godly monarch. That's right, he might be about the same as the other three girls. However, why do they all follow that divine lord? Strange, even a divine lord can appear openly. On the first level of the god-fiend battlefield, news of Long Chen and company spread rapidly. Someone came to the wooden hut and asked, my lord, may I ask why a divine lord can strut around the king-class god-fiend battlefield like this? Who said he's a divine lord? You're just blind. When this sentence spread, everyone knew that among this group of people, that seemingly inconspicuous divine lord was the most mysterious. Of course, there were often new godly monarchs coming here, and among them were final realm godly monarchs. As long as they came, they would basically charge all the way up, killing their way to dozens of levels before stabilizing. With their strength, it wasn't strange for them to kill their way to dozens of levels. In the next few days, Yang Lingqing, Xueqi, and Xueqi all fought their first battle. As Mo Xiaolang went up to the second level, they were perfected godly monarchs. The strength they displayed was about the same, so it wasn't surprising. With their strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill their way to the 30th level. After that, it would be up to them to see how strong they were. They all needed training, especially Yang Lingqing. She had just come into contact with a godly monarch-level battle, so she needed more experience. Long Chen couldn't protect them forever, so he let them fight on their own. If they encountered any trouble, they would naturally tell him. Long Chen stayed on the first level for a period of time. Old Pig taught him some rules and left. He was already rather familiar with the god-fiend battlefield, so he began to make preparations. He wanted to strengthen himself through battles, challenge the peak, challenge the godly king board. It was a little late to organize the outline. There was one night watch first, and two more at night, between 9 and 11. Chapter 2836. In Long Chen's mind, there were three things. First, Di Jun. Second, the Eternal God Clan. Third, Li Xuanji. The first two were still far away, but now Li Xuanji was right in front of him. He still didn't know what had happened to her. The more he didn't know, the heavier Long Chen's heart became. Now, the scenes of the past appeared in his mind, filled with her beautiful figure. She must have been right in front of him, but he couldn't see her. The helplessness he felt was like ants biting his heart. If he had the power to overflow the heavens, he wouldn't have to be so timid and cowering like this. A man with lofty aspirations, but now he seemed to be locked in the battlefield of gods and demons. Perhaps from the moment he left the dragon sacrificial continent, he had been filled with passion and lofty aspirations, shouldering the heaviest responsibility in the world. But now that he had completed it bit by bit, he knew how difficult it was. Since you want it, then don't worry too much. Fight bravely. Just like how you went from Poplar Town to the 3 sovereign domains for me, and from the dragon sacrificial continent to the eternal god domain for your father. You were young and hot-blooded back then, and you didn't worry as much as you do now, but you were still unstoppable. Lingxi understood him the best. With a casual sentence, she broke through the knot in Long Chen's heart. He also realized this problem. Thinking too much would only lead to more restrictions. That wasn't his Tao. His Tao was to fight, to kill, and to advance bravely. Okay. Lingxi gave him a new understanding. In the past, no matter how dangerous the choice was, he still didn't die. How could he die here today? He didn't think too much and followed his heart. The first thing to do was to contact Li Xuanji again. I'm in the battlefield of gods and demons. What should I do? Through the call in his heart, he spoke to Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's Yin demon, as well as his heart demon. She was his flesh and blood that he couldn't cut off. This time, he was even more determined that no matter what he encountered, no matter what, would be able to stop him in his footsteps. God Sovereign. Li Xuanji was silent for a while and gave Long Chen 2 words. Long Chen understood. Her meaning was always so clear and direct. She did not refuse Long Chen, which meant that she really needed his help at the moment. She also had absolute trust in Long Chen, so she would not hesitate at all. What the immortal emperor meant was that if Long Chen wanted to save her, he would definitely encounter the resistance of an immortal emperor. Therefore, Long Chen had to have the combat strength of an immortal emperor. However, Long Chen was still one step behind. I understand. After mustering his courage, there was indeed a broad road in front of him. Now, in this cultivation room, his long hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes burning. Little Shi, you're right. I've been too cautious, so I've gone against my nature and affected my path forward. I have the best talent in the world, and I was born for battle. Only in battle can I create miracles. This battlefield of gods and demons is like a cage that locks the people here. Since I've come here, I must use all my strength to break through this battlefield of gods and demons in one go. Only then can I have the combat strength of an immortal emperor. It had been 7 years since he came out of the Jianmu sacred tree. Now, he had the capital to break through again. The brave were invincible. There were too many concerns, such as the Heaven Region Alliance, Dijun, and the Eternal God Clan. The more he dodged, the harder it would be for him to improve. For Long Chen, the improvement he desired the most was the improvement in battle, not the improvement of his blood devouring. The blood devouring could only give him the power to break through at the final juncture of each realm. The change of mind was like a storm that could change a dynasty in the quiet battlefield of gods and demons. The top 100 on the God King list were famous across the myriad worlds, and it had been a long time since there was any change. You guys have to speed up. I'm going to make a move soon, and I'll probably surpass you guys very soon. Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang and the rest. Now, Mo Xiaolang had already rushed to the 3rd floor, and was still advancing. Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang smiled. Big brother, this is the real you. When it was time to be cautious, when it was time to be crazy. Yang Lingqing and the rest were also nervous, afraid that they would be left too far behind by Long Chen. After leaving the cultivation room, the only one left on the 1st floor, Long Chen naturally attracted the attention of many god kings. He went to the Heavenly Demon Star alone. At this time, there were no battles in the Heavenly Demon Star. Most of the god kings were in seclusion, and a battle was very exhausting for everyone. But the battles on the 1st floor had always been the most frequent. When Long Chen walked to the wooden hut, many god kings quietly followed behind him. As expected, they saw Long Chen go to apply for a battle. This guy looks like a divine monarch, but I heard that he hid his strength. He's a god king. Will anyone dare to fight him? If he's like his companions, then it'll be boring. We're just going to be cannon fodder. There will be someone who wants to try. They didn't look down on Long Chen. I'm ready to fight at any time, Long Chen said. I'll arrange it for you immediately. In the wooden hut, the unknown god king of the Heaven Region Alliance's voice was calm. He didn't seem to be the person who fought with Mo Xiaolang on the day of the battle. His voice was slightly old and steady, but there were no clues. As soon as Long Chen came out, the person in the wooden hut announced. Instant battle. God King Zishang against Yang Chen. Long Chen's battle wasn't as grand as Mo Xiaolong's battle, but normally, the God Kings here would come out to watch the battle and try to figure out some rules and principles. The number of times the God Kings on the first floor lost was rather shocking, but no one was willing to stay here. They all came for the sake of strength. Long Chen rushed into the celestial demon Heavenly Star. The outside was filled with onlookers. Not long after, God King Zishang arrived. He had previously applied for a random battle, so he was arranged to be Long Chen's opponent. This purple-haired God King was rather surprised to see Long Chen. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. The other party was very humble. He first cupped his hands at Long Chen and said, "Then let's cut the crap. Make your move." "You're not my opponent," Long Chen said with a smile. "We'll only know after we try." God King Zishang wasn't angry at all. He smiled and attacked decisively. Although he was a primordial God King, he was stronger than the God King of Hell. However, to the current Long Chen, he appeared too weak. Back then, the God King of Hell had left him helpless. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, God King Zishang slammed into the inner wall of the celestial demon Heavenly Star and fainted. He had already lost his consciousness, but his injuries weren't serious. "He lost," Long Chen said as he looked at the surrounding God Kings. "What happened?" The God Kings couldn't help but rub their eyes. They swore that they definitely didn't see anything clearly. God King Zishang had just attacked, so how did he lose? This one is a top expert. At that moment, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yang Chen, victory, advance 1 level. An announcement sounded from within the wooden hut. The voice was calm and didn't sound too surprised. This made Long Chen very curious. This person was clearly not the one from a few days ago. To not have any reaction after seeing his performance, he was definitely a very strong existence. Furthermore, he knew from the beginning that he wasn't simple. Impressive. God King Zishang fainted. It happened in just an instant. From the looks of it, this Yang Chen will go very far in the celestial demon battlefield. He might even be able to charge into the circle of ultimate God Kings. The God Kings didn't dare to approach Long Chen. They gathered together to discuss and were filled with envy for Long Chen. In the celestial demon battlefield, the only thing that earned respect was strength. Even though they were God Kings, they were filled with admiration for Long Chen. The first few dozen levels were actually meaningless to Long Chen. He was planning to rush through in one go. At this moment, there were a few sounds of disturbance at the entrance of the celestial demon battlefield. He didn't pay much attention at first, but at this moment, a black figure suddenly scuttled out of the wooden hut and left the celestial demon battlefield. It was so fast that even Long Chen couldn't see it clearly. The other God Kings didn't even notice it. From the celestial demon Heavenly Star to the entrance of the celestial demon battlefield, the endless void was actually very long. But in just an instant, the other person disappeared. The noise outside quickly attracted the attention of the God Kings inside. Someone just came in from outside, and most of the God Kings rushed over. What happened? It seems that 8 God Kings came from outside. I heard that they're from the sacrificial heaven domain, the sacrificial God Great World. It's a very domineering world known as the Eternal God Clan. The 8 God Kings wanted to enter the celestial demon battlefield to find someone, but were stopped by the Heaven Region Alliance. 8 God Kings. How terrifying. But the rumor that the Heaven Region Alliance has a God King team here is actually true. Quick, let's go out and take a look. Many godly kings headed out. After all, this matter would not harm them. 8 peerless godly emperors had appeared at the same time, so they were filled with reverence and longed to have a glimpse of their dreams. Godly emperors were the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Those who could enter the emperor battlefield of gods and demons were much more powerful than the godly kings. It's them. He didn't expect them to chase him all the way here. Long Chen wasn't as nervous as he imagined. What would come, but it had come too quickly. Clearly, after they missed me, they realized that the person they encountered might be me, so they chased after me. But it just so happens that this is the King's Celestial Demon battlefield. Old Pig said that without the Heaven Region Alliance's permission, other God Emperors can't enter. Being here, I can be considered to have the Heaven Region Alliance's protection. These 8 were all divine kings at the primordial realm. If it really didn't work, He could only let Lingxi carry him and escape with stellar transposition. He informed Mo Xiaolang and the rest of the news, and they hurriedly descended from above. They all looked extremely nervous. "It's fine. They can't do anything to us." Long Chen comforted the girls. The arrival of the Eternal God clan disrupted Long Chen's rhythm of charging forward, but it didn't make him afraid. He blended into the crowd and prepared to go out and see the situation. At the same time, Lingxi was also making preparations. He was originally prepared to go on a killing spree in the celestial demon battlefield, but he didn't expect that he would have to fight a god emperor on the run. Long Chen didn't want to leave Mount Buzhou because Li Xuanji was still here. Chapter 28:37. We are from the Sacrificial God region, the Sacrificial God Great World. The 8 God Emperors of the Eternal God tribe are members of the Heaven Region Alliance. We want to enter the battlefield of gods and demons to search for a god. The 3 of you are colleagues of the Heaven Region Alliance. I hope you can help us with a little. At that moment, standing outside the God-fiend battlefield were 8 god sovereigns who looked almost identical. They had long hair and white eyes, making it impossible to tell their gender. The 8 god sovereigns stood outside the God-fiend battlefield. Even the eternal-level God-fiend battlefield could not help but tremble. Although the 8 god sovereigns were primordial realm godly monarchs, it was still too shocking for godly monarchs. They could still be considered polite. If they were to wait until they were enraged and use their divine might to suppress them, Tianyu, Fan Qing, and Earth Central God Kings would probably have to kneel down. Tianyu was a final realm god monarch. Now that he was facing 8 god monarchs, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was very respectful as he said, "This junior is Heaven Region Alliance's Tianyu. Greetings to the 8 god sovereigns." Tianyu naturally welcomes the 8 god sovereigns to come to the king-class god-fiend battlefield. "Then bring us in," one of the god emperors said impatiently. Tianyu paused and hurriedly said, 8 seniors, according to the rules of the Heaven Region Alliance, without the permission of the Alliance, other god emperors are not allowed to enter the king-grade god-fiend battlefield. The Alliance set up this rule to prevent god emperors from disturbing the cultivation of god kings, as well as to protect the god kings who come to the god-fiend battlefield. Tianyu really wants to help the 8 seniors, but this is indeed against the rules. We are the divine emperors of the Heaven Region Alliance. It is against the rules to go in and capture someone. Who set this rule? The Eternal God clan was furious. When the might of a god emperor was unleashed, Tianyu and the other 2 instantly knelt down. They couldn't block the 8 of them at all. The god emperors of the Eternal God race couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. They directly walked past them and prepared to search for Long Chen. Naturally, they weren't sure if Long Chen was here. However, Mount Buzhou was simply too huge. They searched for a long time but couldn't find him. Hence, they could only enter to investigate. As for the rules of the king-grade god-fiend battlefield, they naturally knew about it, but they didn't think much of it. All rules had to give way to the strong. Senior, this won't do. The center of the earth couldn't stand it anymore. He had a feeling that the people they were looking for were probably Long Chen and the others. Impudent! One of the god emperors turned around and glanced at Earth Center. Instantly, Earth Center seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. His body was severely injured. Seeing this scene, Tianyu and Fan Qing did not dare to speak anymore. Those god kings who had squeezed out to spectate also retreated as they stared at the 8 god emperors in shock. To be honest, the god monarchs of the king-class god-fiend battlefield were here to become god emperors. If it weren't for the fact that the god emperors were terrifying, why would they spend billions of years risking their lives here? You guys sure are impressive. You dare to hit my people in my territory? At this moment, a black figure appeared before the 8 god emperors. He revealed himself. As it turned out, he was a slender black-haired old man. He had black eyes and a black robe that was pitch black like ink. His long beard was even longer than his hair, and he possessed an ethereal bearing. The most eye-catching part was the vertical eye on his forehead. It was pitch black like ink. Rather than calling it an eye, it was more accurate to call it a pitch-black star. At a cursory glance, it seemed like it flickered, but if he stared at it, it would be like endless black light, piercing the eyes like cold swords. It was excruciating. The star eye was far too terrifying. Those familiar with it all knew that it was actually a true star that had been refined into its body, which was why it could unleash such power. There were planets like the Spirit Essence star in the myriad worlds, and some of them were in such horrible conditions that they could not sustain life. The black star on the old man's forehead was a huge star refined into an eye and fused into his body. Dark Star God Emperor. When the 8 God Emperors saw the black-haired old man, they immediately stopped. The 8 God Emperors all had the same appearance, making it difficult to tell their genders. Moreover, their expressions were identical, which was extremely strange. I've been in seclusion for so many years, yet you still recognize me. The Dark Star God Emperor smiled in a self-deprecating manner. When they heard this name, the battlefield of gods and demons erupted in an uproar. The Dark Star God Emperor. He seems to be a great perfection God Emperor. I only heard that the Heaven Region Alliance has a God Emperor guarding this place. I didn't think it would actually be the Dark Star God Emperor. It's true that he hasn't appeared for many years, but back then, his name rang through the myriad worlds. The dark star between his eyebrows was refined from a giant star. It's rumored to be a chaotic treasure at the chaotic prime level, and that's not even his strongest weapon. The 8 divine emperors of the eternal god race will probably have to work together to stand a chance against the Dark Star Divine Emperor, Jian Chen thought. It sure was lively today. A total of 9 God Emperors had appeared. Seeing the Dark Star God Emperor, the God Emperors of the eternal god race lost their temper. One of them said, "We didn't know the Dark Star God Emperor was here. If we've offended you in any way, please forgive us." The Dark Star Divine Emperor smiled. "That's fine. It's not a big deal. As long as you don't mess around again, it'll be fine. The rule I uphold here is to maintain the peace of the battlefield of gods and demons. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Hearing this, the God Kings of the Eternal Life God race were a little unhappy. They originally thought that since they were both God Kings, the other party would give them some face. They didn't expect him to be like this. "Dark Star Divine Emperor, we only want to enter the battlefield of gods and demons to search for an enemy. Such a small matter shouldn't be worth mentioning. I hope you don't make things difficult for us, sir. We're all part of the Heaven Region Alliance, so we should help each other out, right?" The Eternal Divine Emperors did not budge an inch. The Dark Star Divine Emperor waved his hand. "Everyone, there's no such rule in the battlefield of gods and demons. The mission given to me by the Heaven Domain Alliance is to ensure the safety of all God Kings in the battlefield of gods and demons. If they leave the battlefield of gods and demons, they're no longer under my control. However, as long as they're in the battlefield of gods and demons, my Dark Star must ensure their safety. This is a rule, as well as my duty." Yeah. The Eternal Divine Emperors were even more furious. So be it if the younger ones were immature, but now that the older ones were here, they were even more immature. "Sir, are you looking down on our Eternal Life God race?" The Dark Star Divine Emperor shook his head with a smile. "Of course not. The Eternal Life God race's name resounds through the myriad worlds. The 8 God Kings are renowned, so I obviously can't look down on you. I just hope you don't make things difficult for me. If he stays in the battlefield of gods and demons for the rest of his life, you'll protect him for the rest of his life." The Dark Star Divine Emperor said. "Then I can't be bothered with that. Who knows, I might be transferred away one day. I can't be bothered with that, can I?" He spoke casually, but he was suppressing the 8 God Kings in every way. The voices of the 8 God Kings grew colder and colder. They were probably already considering whether to barge in forcefully. At this moment, the Dark Star Divine Emperor's expression changed. He became extremely stern and said, "Everyone, I won't joke around with you anymore. Let's speak the truth. The 8 of you know very well whose fortune god artifact the battlefield of gods and demons belongs to. That person is currently in secluded cultivation. He's ordered the fortune heroic spirits of the battlefield of gods and demons to forbid any other God Kings apart from me from entering here. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try." Is that really the case? Only then did the God Kings ease up slightly. The person the Dark Star Divine Emperor mentioned was obviously not someone they could afford to provoke, but they still had to try. "I'll do it." One of the God Kings made his way past the Dark Star Divine Emperor and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. "It really is the case." The Dark Star Divine Emperor smiled. "I didn't lie to you, did I? As a result, there's nothing I can do about what you've said. If it were not for the fact that the Dark Star Divine Emperor could make things difficult for them, they obviously would not have bothered with him. After a discussion, one of them said, "Dark Star Divine Emperor, since we can't enter, we won't trouble you any further. However, if the person we're looking for is in the battlefield of gods and demons, I hope the Dark Star Divine Emperor can ferret him out. By then, we'll definitely have a nice gift for you." Afterwards, they mentioned Long Chen's characteristics. That person seems like a divine lord, but he possesses the strength of a god king. His concealment technique is impressive, so he can fool many people. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart trembled. He retreated by quite a lot. By now, many people had already cast their gazes on him. Clearly, everyone knew the 8 divine kings were looking for him, except no one was bold enough to mention it for now, as the Dark Star Divine Emperor still had not said anything. However, Long Chen knew that the Dark Star Divine Emperor was the person from the wooden hut on the first floor. He roughly knew how strong Long Chen was. "All right, if such a person appears, I will inform everyone immediately," the Dark Star God King said straightforwardly very soon. His words calmed Long Chen's beating heart. The Dark Star Divine Emperor definitely knows they're looking for me, but he's protecting me. Is it because he dislikes the 8 divine emperors, or is there some other reason? Is he just following the rules and protecting all the divine emperors in the battlefield of gods and demons? For a moment, Long Chen had many doubts in his heart. If that's the case, thank you, Dark Star Divine Emperor. We'll be taking our leave first. They had only guessed that Long Chen might be here, and with how large Mount Buzhou was, there was a relatively high chance that Long Chen was not here. They would continue their search. "I won't be seeing you off." The Dark Star God King sent them off. When he turned around and saw all the God Kings staring at him, he said slightly angrily, "Disperse." He would definitely come looking for him. Long Chen decided to just stay where he was. Sure enough, the God Kings all dispersed at this moment. Outside the battlefield of gods and demons, a black figure immediately appeared before Long Chen. It was the Dark Star God King. He glanced at Long Chen with his 3 eyes and said, "Come with me." Since he had protected Long Chen once, he basically owed Long Chen a favor, so Long Chen followed him. In the end, they entered the wooden hut. The wooden hut was a beautiful world. After entering, Long Chen said, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Dark Star." Dark Star looked back. His eyes burned with desire. He stared at Long Chen for quite a while before saying coldly, "Kid, let me ask you. Answer me honestly. Just who was the person who killed Dong Hua that day?"